much. Can you see the seats? I like very much the East African anthem. There's a clause, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu. How do I translate? I'm not good at Your Excellency, the Secretary General, the Secretary of Affairs, you are welcome. First, I'd like to commend your zeal and readiness to work with the private sector. Always you have shown interest to move along with the private sector to ensure that the EAC integration process is realized. Amongst us are the key captains of industry. And what we expect from the team, the meeting today, are not problems or challenges, are solutions. They are here to provide solutions so that we really see the integration moving ahead. Without much ado, I would like to have some self-introductions, just to know who is in this meeting, who is in this room, so that we're able to network. And also, can we have the mics? Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Secretary General. My name is Msinge Wabogo, board member of EABC, and I work with Mfano Industries Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary General, my name is Marian Segunya. I'm a past board member of all the organizations you are familiar with that facilitate trade and especially logistics and transport. I'm also Goodwill Ambassador. I'm here as Goodwill Ambassador for EABC, but advisory and many advisory councils of trade associations and transport.
Good morning, Vice President. My name is George Ndongo. I'm a member of EALA, also the chairperson of EALA Uganda chapter. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Honorable Ambassador Anthony Sime, also joined Uganda Consulate.
Good morning, Secretary General. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fiona Wall. I am the Director, Uganda, EABC.
Good morning, all protocol observed. Today the hat I wear is board member Uganda Manufacturers Association. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Leno Krialichila, and I'm the Secretary General of the Uganda Clearing Industry and Forwarding Association. And I also co-chair the Uganda National Committee on Non-Tariff Barriers, and also co-chair the National Trade Facilitation Committee representing the private sector, and I represent Uganda in the regional committees, all the committees for EAC, COMESA, Pata, Intrigada, and Africa Continental Free Trade Area. I also chair the International Bureau of Statistic and Committee on Logistics and Supply Chain. And of course, at PSFU, I'm a member of the Committee on Trade and also a member of the Committee of Logistics and Transport. Thank you.
Good morning, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hitesh Upreti. I am Chief Executive Officer of a pharmaceuticals company called Pharma, which is just a new company coming up here in Uganda. And I am also a director of Federation of East African Pharmaceuticals Manufacturers. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to a lot of learning today.
Good morning, Secretary General. Good morning to you all. James Segala, and one day by
Good morning, all project officer. My name is Brenda Amusha. I work with Day by Farm.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Board observed, I'm Odin Bazwane. I'm the program manager for Trademark Africa, Uganda office.
Good morning, everybody. Protocol observed. My name is Juliet. It's okay. I am the national coordinator for the EU EAC Market Access Upgrade Program, Phase 2. Our focus is building capacity of small and medium enterprises, in particular, improve their competitiveness. And in Uganda, we are focusing on coffee, cocoa, horticulture, and packaging. I'm glad to be here this evening.
All protocol observed. My name is Apio, the acting CEO of Uganda Society.
Good morning. My name is Sylvia Naranga. I'm the Managing Director of TradeSmart Consult Limited, based in Kenya, and we deal in consulting services around international trade. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anthony Minja. I come from the EAC Secretariat, accompanying the Excellencies.
Good morning. My name is Adobert Simara from the EAC Secretariat of Government. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Caroline Mudango from the EAC Secretariat.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Achado Benedict. I'm the CEO of EABC. We add value to sunflower, and we're looking forward to exporting this program. I'm glad we contribute.
Good morning, everyone. Protocol observed. Boku Alfred is my name. Business consultant, Numa Feeds, indigenous company, doing value addition on cereals, and we are trying to break through the East African market. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oscar Kamkama, Business Development Manager, Steel and Chip Industries, and also Manufacturing Sector Head, Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ian Omanyika. I serve at Uganda Bati as Head External Affairs. Uganda Bati is a member of SAFAR Group. SAFAR Group operates in this continent in 13 countries. In all the East African countries, we have operations. It's good to be here.
Thank you very much. Good morning, SG and everyone. My name is Alex Chabawambi. I'm Chief Impact Officer for the New Forest Company. We have operations here in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Kenya. We are looking to expand and export our products to all the East African countries, and hence my presence here. Thank you.
Good morning, SG. Good morning, everyone. My name is Doris Kubenga, Commercial Protection of the Kenya Operation.
As good as we got the producer of the best, better wines and juices, the best in the whole world. It is true.
Of course.
So I admit
Okay.
Good morning, members. Welcome to Sorora Spanko, Mr. Intelligence and Politics.
Good morning, all protocol observed. Georgina Mugera from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, representing my permanent secretary, and I'm happy to be here today. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Peggy Sol Mumbeli. I'm a business journalist here in Uganda.
Good morning, I'm Nebas Mugadia, the Uganda Region Network.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Nakato, a reporter with EABC.
Good morning. I'm Mary Blake. I'm with Zuri Model Farm. so happy to see you. You're so welcome. Is that our first lady in office? Yeah. Four ladies. And the other one is also right there. So we're really proud of you. I am the Goodwill Ambassador for EABC. I'm really honored. But we produce Pepsi brands of drinks, and I'm happy to report we are almost in all the East African countries. And in Kenya, we have invested, so yes, you will be able to get our drinks.
Morning, Madam Chief Guest. My name is Mwine Jim Kabeho from Advan Group. I'm also past chairman and Goodwill Ambassador for EABC. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
On the other side.
The mic here.
Patrick.
It was technical. Good morning, everyone, and welcome those who are coming from across the borders of Uganda. Once again, Madam, congratulations. Stuart Jason Mwesuba, my names.
Brands, they speak for the brands. Thank you so much. In the interest of time, I will invite the ED, East African Business Council, and also to handle the protocol. So I can ED, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, moderator. To start with, my name is Adrian Jam. I'm acting executive director with the East Africa Business Council. Good morning, all. Okay, I'm very happy EABC to host this EABC CEO EAC Secretary General meeting here in Kampala, Uganda. Because of the time, because I understand Secretary General has another commitment in Yala, so I think I will start my welcome remarks quickly. Her Excellency Veronica Nuva, Secretary General, East Africa Community, Excellency Ambassador President, Ambassador Anne Kage, Honorable Member of Parliament and Yala who are present, Mr. Simon Kaher, our Vice Chair, East Africa Business Council, Mr. Havrenze, Chairman, Private Sector Foundation, Madam Sarah Kagingo, Vice Chair, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, Ms. Annette Mutawa Semuemba, Deputy Secretary General, East Africa Community, EABC board members are present. I think all the EABC board members are here. PSFU and the UMA members present, official from Ministry, Department and Agency, official from EAC Secretariat, development partner, I can see Trademark Africa is also present, business leaders, media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Your Excellent Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take this opportunity on behalf of EABC Board of Directors and all its members to welcome you all to this EABC CEO EAC Secretary General meeting with theme enhancing competitive in EAC, addressing barriers to trade and leveraging opportunity in regional integration. I would like to express our gratitude to you, Your Excellency General, Secretary General, for accepting our request to create this meeting despite your busy schedule. Your Excellency Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen,
Over the past 27 years, the EABC has continued to play a pivotal role in propelling economic growth, nurturing invaluable partnership between the public and the private sector in the region, and advocating for private sector interest in EAC integration process. Today's meeting is an affirmation of our shared commitment to enhance integration by creating a conducive environment for trade and investment to thrive in the region. Policy advocacy on trade, investment, and industrialization remains the forefront of our agenda in a bid to unlock trade barriers and boost intra and extra EAC trade and investment, considering we have the new agreements. One is the tripartite free trade area and Africa continental free trade area. It is our belief active participation of private sector in the integration process will sustain the EAC as the fastest growing economic bloc. Your Excellency, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, as the voice of private sector in East Africa, EABC has championed structured public-private dialogues on trade and investment. This has been facilitated through our observer status at EAC level, the EAC Consultative Dialogue Framework, and the EABC Technical Working Group. The EAC Technical Working Group was formed with the key objective of strengthening collaboration and partnership between EAC Secretariat and EABC. Your Excellency Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, the EAC Trade and Investment Report shows that Uganda total export to the EAC partner state increased to USD 2.2 billion in 2023 from USD 1.9 billion in 2022. Uganda total import from the EAC partner state also increased to USD 2.23 billion in 2023 from USD 1.07 billion in 2022. Intra-EAC trade grew by 13.1% from USD 10.6 billion to 12.1 billion in 2023. Despite the growth, the intra-EAC trade remained low when you look at the share, which is around 15%, compared with other regional blocks like ASEAN in Asia, which is at 15%, Europe, which is at 60%. Your Excellency Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, as we convene today, it is essential to reflect a key question. What steps must be taken as a region to enhance intra-EAC trade and strengthen trade between the Republic of Uganda and her counterparts? How can we drive industrialization and create employment opportunity for our expanding youth population? What strategy will enable us to make our goods and services more competitive within the region, across the continent and globally? And lastly, we can position the EAC as Africa's prime investment destination. Your Excellency Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to thank the EAC Secretariat for their unwavering commitment to engaging the EABC and the private sector in advancing the integration agenda. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all participants for dedicating their time to be part of this meeting. I'm especially grateful to you, Your Excellency Secretary General, and the Honorable Minister, who may be coming, for honoring us with our presence at this significant discussion. Karibuni sana.
Another round of applause for the ED. That's a critical question. What can be done to increase or to enhance intra-EAC trade and investment? We have the potential, we have the capacity, the market is there. What are some of those hurdles and how can we remove them? And it's possible. With a new team at EAC Secretariat members, I can assure you things can be done. The Secretary General herself is fully committed. This is a time when the private sector should really come on board and work with the EAC. The Deputy Secretary General, Ugandan community, you now have the, in Uganda we say what? Means we are eating now. So we have our person there. This is our time to really ensure that we increase, we market our goods in the EAC. Thank you. I would like to welcome the Vice Chair, EABC, Mr. Simon Kahiro, to give your remarks. Simon, you're welcome.
Thank you, Moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Thank you. Well, the energy should stay the same with protocol notwithstanding. Your Excellency, Madam Veronica Ndova, Secretary General of the East African Community, Excellencies, Ambassadors present, led by Her Excellency Ankaf Sime, Honorable Members of Parliament, specifically Honorable George Odongo from Yala, very good friend of all of us here, Mr. Humphrey Nzei, Chair, Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, and Sarah Katibo, your Vice Chair, very prominent, erudite, supportive persons, the private sector here. Madame Annette Mutawe Semwemba, our very own Deputy Secretary General of the East African Community, members of the Board of the East African Business Council, Goodwill Ambassadors of the East African Business Council, UMA members present, PSFU members present, officials from the EAC Secretariat, development partners, business leaders, and the media fraternity. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you all agree that I am very, very happy to welcome you here this morning. Kindly clap for yourselves. Going through that protocol list is not very easy if you've not had a long sip of water, but I did it quite easily because I know all of you, and I've been looking forward to having you here today. To have a conversation around enhancing competitiveness in the EAC, specifically by addressing barriers to trade and leveraging opportunities in regional integration. It gives me a lot of pleasure, as you can see, to have you here this morning for this conversation. But on your behalf, all of you, I am here to express to Her Excellency, our Secretary General, that we are profoundly grateful to have you in the room with us today. And we will not stop thanking you and applauding you, so please. You have clearly prioritized the private sector and the agenda of growing business in East Africa to grow the economy of East Africa. Not the individual economies of East African partner states, but the economy of East Africa. Your Excellency, the business community in Uganda congratulates you on taking over the helm of regional integration, but I think we also congratulate ourselves for receiving a Secretary General with such focus. So please clap for yourself. Your commitment to integration through the private sector is very, very clear, and today's event is proof of this. We are proud, all of us here as members of the private sector in Uganda, and of course East Africa, that the EAC has been continually recognized as the fastest and most integrated economic bloc among the 8 recognized RECs in Africa. In fact, I bring you all greetings from the African Union. I returned yesterday from the AU High-Level Private Sector Forum, which was held in Lusaka, Zambia, over the last 4 days. And I was a very, very proud participant there, representing East Africa, because we received numerous accolades and acknowledgements as the most effective regional economic community across Africa. All the numbers speak to this, as Adrian has proved, and we should be proud of ourselves non-stop. But we still have work to do. In fact, if this were a cocktail event, I'd propose a toast, but it's a breakfast event, so we can only clap in a very sober manner. Unless the Excellency will insist that they pour something, I'm sure the hotel will oblige. Over the past 25 years, the EAC integration process has achieved very many milestones. Implementing the East African Customs Management Act has been done very, very well. Its regulations are all in force, and many of us are still in business today because we're enjoying the implementation of that act, its operationalization. The implementation of the single customs territory facilitates and eases free movement of goods across EAC partner states in spite of some challenges here and there. I'm sure you can see from our program that we are going to have discussions along these lines. Organizations like New Forest Company are going to have a lot to say around that line. The adoption of the common external tariff bans, that has worked extremely well for very many of our businesses and organizations. And we are happy with the progressive facilitation of free movement of goods, services, capital and labor, but there is still work to be done. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we know that increasing regional economic integration, it goes without saying, gives us a massive opportunity to promote more economic development in this region. And when we talk about economic development in the East African region, what we seek to do as business entities in each of the individual partner states is not to talk about business only in Uganda, but to talk about business across the East African region. And the purpose of that is so that as East Africa, we can go out into the rest of Africa. The opportunity that we have in front of us is immense. The Africa-Free Continental Trade Area is upon us, quotation marks, but we are not yet ready for it. Your Excellency, the people in this room represent the members of the private sector who want to very, very quickly set foot into the rest of Africa with our goods, our products, our services. And for the good, of course, of the individual companies, the shareholders of those companies, the employees of those companies, but for the good of this economy that we call East Africa. East Africa is growing, as you know, and the growth of the region, whereas right now it is terrestrial in nature, is more importantly economic growth. But it is still at potential stage. All the people in this room, as we heard earlier from our moderator, are here today to present solutions to the problems that are impeding this growth. We have had various conversations in many different forums about how to turn those the potentials into actuals, how to make those solutions a reality. And after a long time, we believe that we have the right partners to ensure that this happens, especially partners in the sense of the EAC Secretariat. And for many reasons, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we know that this current SG has us clearly on our agenda. We are very sure of this. And in the conversations to come, we believe that we are going to have many more opportunities to take all the different recommendations and kick the ball into the goal. In the last roundtables that you've held with the different members of the private sector, we've come up with key recommendations that we know we're going to build upon today. All the Ugandans in the room and the Ugandans following this are also tasked with taking these recommendations and running with them, not keeping them on paper or on websites, but implementing them through what we do as business persons. Building on the political goodwill that the Secretariat has shown us, today is another step in that direction, but we have more to do, and that is why members of the EAC Secretariat who are here are going to be on our speed dial going forward. I've already met 2 new people whose numbers I have taken, on top of the old ones like Anthony Minja over there, who is always a good support when we need things cleared. Please give him a round of applause, because that man helps many of us in many ways, especially when we are dealing with the common external tariff. Valia Businge is not here, but she's another one that we like to call out. And for the rest of you whose names I have not said, please, at the next meetings, the person at the podium must say your name directly. That shows that we are working together. Prioritizing regional matters and adopting key performance measures to implement regional agreed commitments. That's another recommendation we made. And the challenge falls upon us as the private sector to build into whatever we do the region, not focusing only on what's within Uganda. And that's why in our conversation for the rest of the morning, you're going to hear from the businesses that want to go out into the region, those that have already gone out, and those that have gone out and want to go further into the rest of Africa. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to grow. There's no private sector entity that exists to just exist. The private sector exists to grow, grow, and grow, the way economies exist to develop. Another recommendation was for the EAC Secretariat to follow up keenly on the implementation of EAC Council of Ministers directives and decisions that are related to the private sector. And Your Excellency, on this recommendation, what the private sector calls for is speed of implementation. Because the private sector operates on growth, as I said, of profits, but it's growth that is timed. We try not to operate at the speed of government. In this room, we all know what the speed of government is, yes? The speed of government is very slow, and it has to stay there with government. The speed of the private sector is quick. We need to make money every day for our people to earn and eat every single day. And Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, our request from the EAC Secretariat is for that speed of the private sector to be translated and change the speed of government, especially where private sector issues are concerned. We also recommended that regional value chains be promoted, and this, very importantly, so that the Buy East African, Build East African ethos or campaign can be taken fully on board. On this, Your Excellency, even as you look around the room, you can tell the people who are buying East African and building East Africa. Please, can you give all of them a round of applause, especially those who are wearing outfits like this. Please stand up. All of you who are exhibiting East Africa in your dress, kindly stand up. Yes, you're not very many, but stand. Please stand for recognition. I am already standing. Can you give us a round of applause? Your Excellency, it is important that from the very top, we embed consuming our role. We need to get people to stop wearing these European suits and ties. Because these gentlemen you see here, when they go out to negotiate, their mindset is European. They cannot negotiate for East Africa or for Africa. And therefore, as we go out into Africa to take advantage of the continental trade area that's ahead of us, we need to be thinking East Africa. Otherwise, we will not benefit. It is philosophy, ideology that leads to policy being implemented the right way. Your Excellency, we always talk about removal of non-tariff barriers, harmonization of standards, trade and investment policies. And I was happy you whispered to me, I'm going to reveal to these people, are the regulators here. Whereas we do have a representative from the Line Ministry, the Ministry of Trade, and Madam, we thank you for being here, we do not have sufficient involvement of all our regulators across East Africa in East African business affairs. By that I mean, our regulators are still thinking silo, partner states. They need to start thinking East Africa. The mechanisms are in place. What we now need to do is implement. Once we get them to implement East Africa, believe you me, the business that we want to see happening will move. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it is on that note that I would like to state that we are very confident that with engagements of this nature, this is only a beginning. We know that we are going to make progress to see the East Africa we want take its position in the Africa that we aspire for. One of the key themes that we are going to promote is greed for Africa. And let me explain this. All of you here know that Africans are not exhibiting sufficient greed for Africa. It is other economies, other civilizations that are showing a greed for Africa. That is why they are investing in Africa. That is why they are the ones building railway lines in Africa. They are the ones coming to give us their interests. We need to reverse this. We need to create our greed for Africa so that we develop this continent. But we can only develop this continent if we start by developing our region, our different regions. And in our case, the region is the East African community. Madam Secretary General, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we as the private sector of East Africa, and specifically represented by the private sector in Uganda, are in position to grow that greed for Africa, for the good of the people of Africa and East Africa. And we will work with you to achieve this. Karibu sana. I look forward to good deliberations.
For Simon, thank you so much, Simon. Round of applause for Simon. The greed for Africa. We are the US Africa Forum, China Africa Forum, Russia Africa Forum. Where's the greed for Africa? Your Excellency, Secretary General, Uganda is unique. It's the only country which has a dedicated market for onions from Tanzania. Dedicated market, Tanzania only. The only country which has a dedicated market for Irish potatoes from Kenya. Mangoes from Kenya. Purely their own market and no hindrance. And people are trading easily. You find the Kenyan market 20 kilometers inside Uganda on all highways. So Uganda is ready for the integration. So with that, allow me to invite the chairman, Private Sector Foundation, Mr. Humphrey Nzei, to come and make your remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our chief guest, the Right Honorable Secretary General of the East African Community. I'd first like to say, Karibu Uganda. You're most welcome to Uganda. Our EABC board members and brand ambassadors, our honorable ambassadors, yes, who are sitting here. Your deputy, Madam Annette, our chairs of various organizations in Uganda, our distinguished CEOs and captains of industry, our honorable guests, the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. I think I need to first start by addressing Simon. Much as I'm in a European suit, my agenda is very African. But nonetheless, I'll be coming for one of those shirts very soon. So, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to address this gathering of leaders who represent the backbone of East Africa's economy. It is a privilege to share perspectives on our shared journey towards economic integration, resilience, and sustainable growth. Madam Secretary General, perhaps as some background, Private Sector Foundation is Uganda's apex body for the private sector. It is made up of over 340 business associations, corporate bodies, and the major public sector agencies that support private sector growth. These represent over 3 million businesses within Uganda. Since our founding in 1995, PSFU has served as a focal point for the private sector advocacy as well as capacity building, and continues to sustain a positive policy dialogue with government on behalf of the private sector. PSFU's competitiveness adventure is driven by the urge to increase private investment and productivity. These two are supported by a robust business environment that attracts and protects investment capital. The business environment is better where there is effective government, efficient markets, and strong human capital development. As we come together today, I'm reminded of the critical role the private sector plays in driving economic transformation across East Africa. Our region's businesses, from micro enterprises to multinational corporations, are the engines of growth, innovation, job creation, enhanced productivity, and are lifting millions of our population out of poverty. The East African community's integration initiatives are instrumental to enabling us to do this work more effectively, creating a larger market and facilitating the flow of goods, services, and people across borders. Madam Secretary General, PSFU is a member and a national focal point for various regional private sector bodies, such as the East African Business Council, COMESA Business Council. We are partners with the Northern Corridor Transit and Transport Coordination Authority, the Central Corridor Transport Facilitation Agency, and EGAD, for purposes of positively enabling the way that we do business in this region. Intra-regional trade within the East African community is currently on an upward trend and an upward trajectory, reaching 10.17 billion in September 2022. The intra-East African trade, accounting for imports and exports of the 7 East African partner states, grew from 13% of their global trade in 2019 at a value of 7.1 billion to 15% of the value of their global trade in 2021 at 9.5 billion. By September 2022, the EAC trade value was recorded at 10.17 billion, representing a 20% share of intra-trade to global trade. This is a great achievement. However, we can do more than this, yes? Only 20% of the trade that we do amongst ourselves is what we do globally. And that's a very low number. We have to grow the amount of trade that we do amongst our partner states. If you take the example of Uganda, during the month of August 2024, Uganda traded at a deficit of 133 million with the EAC partner states, compared to a 5.7 million surplus registered in July. This was on account of an increase in the value of merchandise exports from the region. On a country-specific level, Uganda's largest source of merchandise import was Tanzania, accounting for 72.3% of all imports, while the Democratic Republic of Congo remained our largest destination for her imports. In September 2024, prices in Uganda, Kenya, and Rwanda decreased, with Kenya's headline inflation at 3.6, Rwanda's at 0.8. This was due to a decrease in the food and non-alcoholic beverages, kerosene, and electricity prices, while Tanzania's inflation remained unchanged. This was primarily due to fresh produce supply. However, achieving our full potential requires more than market access. It demands a conducive environment, strong institutions, and close public-private sector collaboration. The EAC has made significant strides in this regard, and we are grateful for the open communication channels with the Secretary General and all the EAC officials who have been receptive to our concerns and insights. Despite our progress, the private sector faces challenges in conducting business across the EAC. These include primarily our non-tariff barriers. The cost of NTBs at the regional level is still high. A recent EAC regional meeting committee report estimated the direct cost of NTBs at $16,703,000, which is almost Uganda shillings 65 million. And the total trade impact at 94 million US dollars, which is about 363 billion Uganda shilling, decreasing trade by an average of nearly 60%. It has been noted that eliminating NTBs, which are hampering inter-regional trade and other factors, would help increase the level of inter-regional trade in East Africa to at least 40% of all the trade over the next 5 years. regulatory differences. This is mostly in terms of different tax regimes. This has impacted most of our traders across the region as well as transporters. It has also been noted that different levies for road users' fees need to be harmonized. Infrastructure bottlenecks remain a significant obstacle to cross-border trade. On average, it takes 3 to 5 days to move goods from the port of Mombasa to Kampala, and 4 to 6 days from the port of Dar es Salaam. A 20-foot container would cost you not more than $3,500 for transportation on a truck from Mombasa to Kenya and to Kampala, from Mombasa, Kenya to Kampala, Uganda. According to the recent study by PSFU on the cost centers affecting the manufacturing sector, it was noted that logistical costs contributed 40% of the costs of doing business in Uganda. With the extension of the SGR standard gauge railway from Naivasha to Kampala, these costs will significantly reduce. These issues increase the cost of doing business and restrict access to new markets and hinder our ability to compete globally. As we look to the future, we must also work together to streamline regulatory frameworks, harmonize standards, develop multimodal transport systems on water, rail, and road, and eliminate barriers that impede trade. A regionally aligned approach will improve our competitiveness and create a more predictable and stable environment for investors. Private Sector Foundation stands ready to partner with the EAC Secretariat to address these challenges, advocate for reforms, and support initiatives that enhance the ease of doing business across our borders. The recent global disruptions have highlighted the need for economic resilience and self-reliance. For East Africa, this means investing in value addition, advancing our digital economy, and strengthening our regional supply chains. These priorities are essential not only for economic stability, but for positioning East Africa as a competitive hub on the global market. Our businesses must embrace innovation and keep pace with global developments, and this requires a supportive framework. We urge the EAC Secretariat and the Member States to continue prioritizing digital transformation, financial inclusion, and infrastructure development as critical enablers of business growth and resilience. In our pursuit of prosperity, we must ensure that growth is inclusive. Small and medium-scale sized enterprises, youth entrepreneurs, and women-led businesses are critical drivers of our economy. Yet they often face unique challenges, including limited access to finance, markets, and mentorship opportunities. By creating targeted programs that support these groups, we can unlock tremendous potential and build a more equitable and sustainable economic landscape. Private Sector Foundation is committed to empowering these groups, and we look forward to collaborating with the EAC Secretariat to expand access to regional markets and support policies that foster inclusion. In doing this, we have been implementing projects such as the Lead Fund structure sponsored by the MasterCard Foundation, which has targeted over 600,000 young entrepreneurs across the country. The GROW project, currently targeting women to be equipped with business growth skills and financial assistance, is already ongoing. Finally, I want to emphasize the importance of continued public-private dialogue. Our partnership with EAC has proven that we can accomplish great things when we work together. Moving forward, we hope to further deepen this collaboration to addressing emerging challenges, leveraging opportunities, and realizing our shared vision for East Africa. Let us continue to foster a culture of openness and collaboration between the public and private sectors. Together we can create a region that is prosperous, resilient, and prepared for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, East Africa's potential is vast, and the private sector stands ready to be the cornerstone of that growth. With a unified vision, effective partnerships, and an unwavering commitment to progress, we can achieve remarkable success for our businesses, our people, and our region at large. Thank you, and may this meeting be both productive and inspiring as we chart a way forward together. Thank you very much.
Another strong round of applause for the chairman. We can do more. And one of the critical issues Chairman has mentioned, that we can position the EAC as a competitive hub on the global market, and that is possible. Allow me to invite Honorable George Law, the Chairman Chapter of EALA members. Honorable, welcome.
The Right Honorable Secretary General, the East African Community, the Chairperson, East African Business Council, the Chairperson, PSFU, ambassadors, captains of industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My colleague, the Honorable Jackie, among you who was not introduced earlier. Honorable Jackie, please. Honorable Jackie is a member of EALA from Uganda. Thank you so much, EABC, for inviting EALA to participate this morning. Our role here is going to be essentially to listen. We are going to listen from you, the private sector players, to get your perspectives and see how we can transition that into our function. But before I do that, let me thank very, very much our Secretary General, who extended this invitation, even though I had already received invitation from the East African Business Council, to EALA in general. She had wished that all members of EALA be here this morning because this is a very important meeting. Unfortunately, because of changes in the program of Ugandan Parliament, we had scheduled for a plenary tomorrow, Wednesday, but Ugandan Parliament asked that EALA gives them a day tomorrow to process very important business. So we have had to change our program as well, and most of the activities that were supposed to be done tomorrow have been brought to this morning. So most of our colleagues right now are in for plenary. That's why you can see that only 2 of us are here. But thank you so much. Now, I also want to thank, first of all, to amplify the voices of those who have come here and congratulated our Secretary General, and indeed to validate their voices, to say, number one, congratulations to the women, because this is the first Secretary General. But also we have a Deputy Secretary General who is a woman. We also have our ambassador who is a woman. You have a very powerful combination in Arusha. I am no cheap date. And so when I say we have a very good combination, I actually mean it. So we have a very good Secretary General who has demonstrated in a very short period of time that she has a very strong commitment to EAC, but most importantly, to driving our integration through private sector. Now, private sector needs to claim that space. I think for the last 25 years, we have seized that space to the politics. And I think it's time that you reclaim that space. Because at the formation of the EAC, we said EAC is going to be private sector driven and people centered. But looks like it has become politically driven and politically centered. And the moment we seize that space to politicians, they enjoy it. I can assure you that they don't mind if you do nothing about it. They will enjoy it, and I think that is going to be very detrimental to our community. Private sector players who are here, I think there is an opportunity through your organization, not only in Uganda but also in other parts of the EAC, for you to reclaim that space. And you can do that by playing your rightful role, ensuring that the policy framers and those who are implementing policy actually have their antennas up, they are picking the private sector issues, and they are developing policy that is responsive. I know that in the course of the discussions, you are going to talk about non-tariff barriers to trade. In my view, one of the biggest non-tariff barriers that we have is actually politics. Politics has become one of the biggest non-tariff barriers. And I think that it is time that the private sector begins to detox our political environment. It's highly very toxic, and sometimes I imagine, are we really speaking for East Africa, we as the politicians? So we need to narrow the gap between the politics and business. Because the only way we can integrate East Africa is when we trade well with each other. When we have our selfish interests around integration, then we'll protect it even the better. So I am happy today that we as members of EALA are here, but also that our frontline striker is here, the Secretary General herself. She has demonstrated commitment, and she has said it severally. By the way, for your information, the Secretary General is also a member of EALA. So she is very well privileged, one, as a member of EALA, but also as one who is supervising the Secretariat and being able to see that all the partner states are working together to ensure that whatever, whether it's legislation, whether it's policy, is being implemented. Now, there is a problem in the EAC, and that problem is that our partner states are at very different levels of integration. And as the chairperson of EABC said here, that philosophy and ideology inform policy. That software element needs to be upgraded in most of our partner states. And to do that, leadership is critical. The character of our leadership reflects on how we conduct business of regional integration. So if you want to see how deeply we are integrated, or the levels of integration, if you want to assess the levels of integration in the EAC, you simply have to read the character of the leadership of those partner states to be able to detect whether for sure we are at the same levels. So in partner states where there is openness on matters of business, even where there are challenges, it is very easy for you to sit down, discuss with them, and come up with solutions. And the Secretary General will tell you. But in partner states where there is still an element of protectionism, it also becomes very difficult for you to break through. So it is important that you, the private sector players, because you are the taxpayers, you need to begin to push the boundaries and begin to negotiate from a point of strength. Because there is no partner state that exists without private sector. Whether you go to Tanzania, whether you go to Kenya, they are the taxpayers. And so when you demand, your voices are heard. So you need to begin to raise those voices. And government only listens to very strong voices. I can assure you that, you know, up there, those air-conditioned offices are sometimes also soundproof. So until you knock on the doors for them to listen, they will not hear you, no matter how loud you speak. So you need to begin to knock the doors so that you will be open. But otherwise, I thank you so much, and I thank the Right Honourable Secretary General for the invitation and for being here in person. And I'm hoping that this becomes an annual event so that we begin to say what kind of traction have we gained since we had this breakfast until the next breakfast. We can look at the milestones that we have achieved, and together we can come up with proposals on how to deal with them collectively. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dom. Another applause for our EALA member. The private sector needs to claim the space. No partner state can exist without the private sector. Economics first, politics second. Allow me to invite Deputy Secretary General, Madam Nancy Mwemba, in charge of customs, trade, and monetary affairs. Madam, you're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. I'm itching for the discussion, so I can't wait for us to start the conversation, so I will only say two things. The first one, I'm very pleased to be here among familiar faces. I think perhaps 90% in the room know me because I have been in and out of your spaces, either with the government or with the revenue authority or with the development partners or with private sector foundations. So I'm very happy to be here, and as a head of a docket that is very important for the private sector, I look forward to hearing the issues that you want us to take away as the EAC Secretariat that we must deal with as a priority. So I have my notebook ready and I'm very keen. The second point is that I encourage the private sector to be engaged with us at the EAC Secretariat because, as you'll hear from Honorable Secretary General, we have an open door policy. We are keen to hear from you, but we don't hear enough. I don't hear enough. Occasionally, I get a phone call or I get a letter, but it's not often that we hear so that we can deal with the matters that require our attention. So that is my second ask or call. Do please reach out to us. We have an open door policy, we will respond. Whether it is a response that you desire to receive or not, we will respond. And so with those remarks, I really look forward to a very interesting morning today. Did I introduce myself? My name is Annette Mwemba. I'm the Deputy Secretary General in charge of Customs, Trade and Monetary Affairs. I thank you very much.
I said it pretty much into. So the clapping should be stronger. Thank you so much. The door is open. There's no more any other opportunity we have as a private sector than now. We have the door, it's open, we need to trade. We need to make money, we need to make profits, we need to provide employment for our youth. And that can be only by accessing markets, selling whatever we produce. With that, allow me to invite the Secretary General. Madam, you are welcome to make your remarks.
Good morning. The energy in this room is way too low. So again, let's do a take two. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, there's a lot of food behind there. So if we need a little more energy, let's just pick something there. But thank you so much. How do you say good morning in a commonly acceptable language here? So I'm going to do this the church way. Turn to your neighbor and say good morning to them in a language of your choice. I think the chairman doesn't have a language of choice. You know, when I sat with the vice chair there, Mr. Kaheru, he told me if I was in Uganda and if I was a Ugandan, he would place me somewhere in Western Uganda. Is correct? Okay, so we are all East Africans. It's a very good morning and I'm really happy to be here with you. For those of us who managed to make it this morning, we don't take it for granted. So to the Permanent Secretary Representative from Ministry of Trade, thank you for joining us. Ambassadors, attaches present, EALA members present, thank you so much, Honorable George Odongo. You are the chair of the Uganda chapter, but you are also a great supporter and an ally I look up to, because you're very well reasoned and very well interactive and collaborative. So I thank you for that. Honorable Jacqueline Amugin, chairperson, very passionate matters climate and environment. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. Humphrey Nzei, chairman, Private Sector Foundation Uganda. Mr. Simon Kaheru, the vice chairman, East African Business Council. He did not also hesitate to tell me that he thinks I'm representing the Coca-Cola brand today. Mr. Adrian Jao, Acting Executive Director, thank you for always putting these sessions together. We really appreciate board chairpersons, members of the Board of Private Sector Foundation Uganda, and also all the goodwill ambassadors in the room, distinguished captains of industry, business leaders, EAC colleagues, led by my very able deputy, Madam Annette. And thank you for those who were mentioned, Anthony and Flavia. So I hope the others will make it to the list. Great job. Invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. A very good morning. Good morning. We'll keep repeating until we get this right. It is with great pleasure to be here this morning in this beautiful city of Kampala. We are meeting you, a very critical constituency in our integration process. It's an honor to participate in this roundtable, and like my deputy said, we will explore the private sector's critical role in unlocking the immense potential of intra-EAC trade and investment, and also discuss how to address barriers that are hindering our progress. Our aspirations are mutual and aimed at develop competitive, secure, politically united East Africa in line with EAC's vision. This gathering is part of an essential series of dialogues with the private sector aimed at understanding and addressing the challenges that hinder our economic integration and exploring new opportunities to enhance trade and investment. I have held similar engagements in Kenya, in Rwanda, the United Republic of Tanzania, at a regional EABC forum in Arusha. It is my intent to cover all EAC partner states, and I also wish to inform you that I have also convened the Secretary General's Forum to take place on 10th and 11th of December in Nairobi, Kenya, with an intent to triangulate perspectives with all stakeholders, including the civil society. Please allow me at this point to extend my gratitude to the leadership and management of the Private Sector Foundation Uganda for organizing this important forum. And I commend the dedication of the business community as evidenced by your presence here in large numbers. I always say when the private sector lends you an hour, they are lending you a million with no guarantees. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand at a pivotal point for the East African community, where the collaboration between government and the private sector determines the speed and success of our integration efforts. It's hence a very clear indication that these platforms provide an invaluable space for private-public dialogue, and I recognize and appreciate the presence of our political leaders and experts from the public sector. In the recent months, I've also had the honor of meeting excellencies, presidents of the Republic of Rwanda, Republic of South Sudan, Republic of Kenya, the Republic of Burundi to discuss the advancement of our regional integration agenda. We reflected on the core issues we face as a region, including the removal of non-tariff barriers, digitalizations of systems, institutional reforms. I will also be meeting Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan next week, the President of United Republic of Tanzania. And therefore, as Honorable Odongo said, I sit in a favorable position where I have access to both the legislators, the executive, the heads of organs, all the institutions of EAC. I have a quiz. Can someone tell me one institution of EAC that is in Uganda? One institution of EAC that is in Uganda? Kasoa. And another one, what does Kasoa mean? You know, in my language, Kasoa means a small necklace. Civil? DSG, please tell them. Kasoa stands for?
Civil Aviation Security Oversight Agency.
What's the second S for? Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Association, and that's in Entebbe. And we also have the IU, Inter-University Council of East Africa. The EAC, so some bit of civic education there. The EAC has 11 institutions. And yeah, EAGP is Comsi. It was in the first EAC cohort, 1967 to 77, and then when the community fell apart and we came back again together, they sort of haven't decided whether they're with us or, but we still claim them. So that tells you that seeing those institutions, 11 of them, sitting with the council, sitting with the president, sitting in Yala, gives me an opportunity to have a very good engagement and bird's eye view, and hence my prerogative to engage all stakeholders. Listening from the private sector is a good way of hearing where the issues are, and we'll be talking about that in the course of the day. Our heads of state have set an ambitious but achievable target to increase intra-EAC trade from the current 15% to 40% by 2030. So we have a lot of work to do. We must acknowledge that this requires clear commitments to implement the single customs territory, enhance our digital systems, and finalize infrastructure projects within the next 2 to 3 years. As a Secretariat, we have renewed together with our Commissioner of Customs the vigor required to push forward on matters impacting the full implementation of the Customs Union. A new blueprint is developed and is going to be approved by the Sectoral Council on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment that is meeting, I believe, next week. We hope this momentum will create the necessary leap forward, such as what we witnessed when the single customs territory was launched in 2015. The private sector will be our eyes and ears on the ground to confirm that indeed these interventions are resulting in reductions in barriers as well as time and cost of doing business. I don't know if you heard what we were told here, that logistics alone is costing the taxpayer 40%. You know, and that is really something we need to solve. And infrastructure gaps, I've heard also someone talk about the SGR railway line from Naivasha to Kampala, that needs to be finished to facilitate business. The private sector, therefore, is important to these interventions, and you have a very clear view of the many barriers, and I call each one of you to leverage your proximity to decision makers and advocate for the removal of these barriers, including the political barrier we've just had. For me, the one reason that I focus on the private sector is this: you are the engines behind the politics of any country. I know without a doubt that a number of us in this room have access to very high offices, and with a small conversation in that soundproof room or in the beautiful ambience of Kampala, you will be able to remove a number of those barriers. We therefore recognize that time is of essence, and I want to assure you that the Secretariat is committed to working so that we achieve our shared vision. It It is with much respect that I recognize the role of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni as one of the pioneers and indeed a key advocate of EAC integration. His unwavering commitment is a testament of the goal of a united East Africa. For instance, we know that the biggest champion of Swahili within the East Africa is His Excellency, the President, and recently I saw a graduation ceremony of the first cohort of Swahili speakers, and I think that deserves an applause. Suffice it to say, I looked at a few lips when we were singing the anthem. So in this spirit, we need to collectively come up with proposals and solutions that will further deepen our integration and contribute to the increased EAC trade and cross-border investments. I have had a lot being said here about the intra-EAC trade performance, so I will not go again over the numbers, but our intra-EAC trade is growing, and there are still more opportunities for further expansion, and it is important that we work together towards this. Uganda has positioned itself as a notable regional leader in trade development, notably achieving an average growth of 11.3% in total trade over the past 4 years. Between 2022 and 2023, Uganda's trade with the EAC grew from $1.9 billion USD to $2.2 billion, with regional export transfers constituting 60% of this trade. So key exports to the EAC partner state, we've had a few being mentioned here, including agricultural products such as sugar, edible oil, maize, beans, sorghum, eggs, fish, and then we also have cement, iron, steel, beer, and live animals. This growth underscores the effectiveness of ongoing regional and national reforms focused on trade facilitations and market enhancement, reinforcing our shared commitment to reducing barriers. Despite the increase in trade between countries, days of application of the EAC Common External Tariff and country-specific remissions remain a significant concern in limiting market access. So hear this. Uganda has the most applications in the region, whereas, should I say that again? Should we just clap for that? It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. Uganda has the most applications, days of application in the region, whereas in financial year 23-24, there were 864. In financial year 2024-2025, there are 931. So this represents an increase of 7.75%. And I hope when we have our interactive session, the Deputy Secretary General here will expound further on these days of application. It's actually not a forward-moving indicator. In terms of ongoing trade and customs initiatives, in strengthening our efforts in eliminating NTBs, we have initiated a comprehensive analysis on the mechanisms for their elimination, and I'm confident that the insights gained from this analysis will enable us to enhance our frameworks and expedite the resolution of outstanding trade barriers that are at different stages of resolution. We have also launched digital interventions to support timely reporting and resolution of NTBs. So I call upon the private sector to share your experiences and insights actively so that we can achieve significant milestones in NTB reduction over the coming months. We also recognize the political nature of some of the NTBs and that in fact some of them are industry driven. I look forward to hearing perspectives that can address this situation. I mentioned a few weeks ago when we were in Kigali in a similar forum that for me, interventions before decisions are made are critical. And I appeal to the private sector. This is what happens. You are the same ones after the ministers of trade agree on common external tariffs and a number of trade policies that go after to the same ministers and say this cannot work, and then put a stay and this keeps keeps on going on, and therefore having these conversations, to me, that is what drives me. That my hope is that by us interacting, by us having open doors, by having the policymakers in the room, and I would have loved to have the regulators in the room, then we have common solutions to some of these. And my prayer is that this conversation doesn't stop with us, but becomes a regular interactive session. And it is critical that the Uganda chapter specifically reconvenes again with the regulators in the room and just have a good conversation. So I think for me that would be a very important indicator of progress moving forward. The simplification of procedures and automation of customs processes under the single customs territory, it's a key pillar in our trade facilitation strategy. We've made strides in this area with the automation of the one-stop border post performance measurement tool, adoption and implementation of EAC customs security guarantee, exchange of scanning images, and enhancements to regional electronic cargo tracking, which includes cross-border monitoring of goods. Additionally, our trade portals provide guidelines on licenses, permits, procedures for goods moving in and out of the region. I'm very big on data, so I'm going to take a survey. How many of us here, honesty is a virtue, how many of us here have visited the East African Community website and looked at the trade issues on licenses, permits? How many? Just by a show of hands. So what percentage is that? That's about 35%. Let's see again. Yeah, that's maybe 25%. So again, data speaks. So the first point of moving things forward is information. Information is power. Information helps you make the right decision, make and have adequate preparations for better efficiency and effectiveness. These innovations, leveraging technology, are a snapshot of many others. They represent our ongoing commitment to a more transparent, facilitative, and effective trade environment. We encourage the private sector to take full advantage of these tools. Please share your views with respect of how they are working for you. I guess that is the 25% that in the room that will give us that information. Okay. I think we are welcoming the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for EAC. Yes, as they come on board, I will talk about harmonization of standards. Perhaps we give a minute to welcome the Minister. Okay. Welcome, Honorable Kadaga. Thank you so much for coming. Please welcome her with the clap of Thank you. We recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister for EAC, Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, the Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you so much for gracing us. So on harmonization of standards, to facilitate trade and protect consumer safety, the EAC has harmonized over 1,920 standards across 80 different sectors. We recognize the importance of continuing this process to further reduce barriers and ensure that our businesses can operate seamlessly across borders. Despite harmonization, adoption still remains a challenge where products from Uganda, for example, maize, have had challenges in market access in neighboring partner states due to lack of recognition of adopted standards or mutual recognition of standards. We will endeavor to ensure that there is continued collaboration and cooperation of standardization bodies to facilitate mutual recognition in an effort of minimizing these barriers. On a related note, I wish to inform you that together with the Uganda Bureau of Standards, we will recognize the winners of the EAC Quality Award with purpose to foster a culture of quality within the EAC community, encouraging the adoption of standards and quality management practices across EAC partner states. I'm going to skip some of the issues here and come to we have key opportunities for growth, and I wish to go over them. One of the priorities under my tenure is promoting information, communication, and technology, and leveraging on digital technologies to drive socio-economic transformation. I wish to underscore that the role of the government of Uganda in advancing digital transformation, especially in the engagement of the youth, this will provide opportunities for the region to benchmark from and implement regional digital transformation agenda. The tripartite free trade area and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, AFCTA, provides opportunities for increased market access and the development of regional and continental value chains. I will invite the private sector to take advantage of these opportunities, and as a secretariat, we will continue to provide a conducive and enabling environment to harness market access to both the tripartite and the Africa Free Trade Area. We also need to deepen public-private partnerships to address critical infrastructure needs, and we've had that here, whether it is upgrading transport networks, energy systems, or expanding internet access. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we understand that the future of trade is digital, and as such, we are intensifying our efforts to implement policy reforms that foster digital transformation across the region. This includes finalizing our EAC digital trade policy and establishing digital trade platforms that simplify processes for doing business. Let me reaffirm that the success of EAC's integration lies in our collective efforts. It is a shared responsibility between governments and businesses to foster an enabling environment that promotes sustainable growth and prosperity for all East Africans. I am committed to ensuring that the EAC Secretariat continues to work closely with you to remove barriers, enhance trade, and create conditions necessary for increased investments. Let us take full advantage of the opportunities before us and work together to build a stronger and more competitive East Africa. I also want to commit that as the Secretariat, we will ensure that the recommendations and the issues raised here today are channeled through the relevant EAC policy organs for their resolution. I will task the technical working group to come up with an action plan for the implementation of the recommendations. As I finish the formal many winding remarks that I have made, allow me to close by a reflection. We are celebrating 25 years this November of EAC Take 2. 25 years is that's a good celebration report. 25 years is a quarter of a century. In Swahili we say robo karne. It's quarter of a century. That means that for a quarter of 100 years, the EAC has been in existence. It's a great opportunity to look back and to reflect. Where are we going? How far have we come? What are the challenges that we have seen? And how best can we resolve these challenges? Your commitment here, and the speaker here has spoken very well, that there is need to have the grid for Africa. May I step it further and say a grid for East Africa? We've heard that out there are forums, Africa, Russia, Africa, China, Africa, US, Africa, Indonesia, Africa, Japan. When are we going to have our Africa conversation? It is our region, and we need to trade with each other. It is a given. I'm like the president of this great Republic of Uganda. I'm also fascinated by history. And if you listen to the president of Uganda talking about the history of the EAC community back then, he always makes reference to the 1967, 1977. Now, I took time to go back and see what really led to the breakup of the EAC 1967 to 77. And you will discover without a doubt the same issues we grapple with are the same issues that led to the collapse of the first EAC. We have come so far, we should not look back. We have been told that we were recognized as the best REC, the Regional Economic Community, by the AU. Indeed, a number of regional economic communities are coming to us to learn how have you achieved the common market so well, the customs union so well. Therefore, I think it behoves all of us to make sure that we do what it takes to advance the community. Rather than see what divides us, can we see what unites us? We need to have conversations that will lead us to a balance between national interest and regional benefits. We've heard here about protectionism. We've also heard about politics. We can change that into partnership and products that have value addition. Across Asia, we have more than 10 countries involved in the production of one computer by simple parts, specialization. At EAC, we must be confronted with that as a reality. We are in the same area geographically and geopolitically. Therefore, we have the same products and we are bound to be competitive. So how best we add value, how best we have conversation that leads to integration to be our priority. I wish to thank you and I look forward to hearing from each one of you the solutions. I was told in the morning, I think the first speaker told us, we are here to give solutions. And I think that will be what we will be listening to. I'm very happy that we have our council represented here. We have our legislative organ, EALA, represented here. We have the ministries, the executive, the partner states through trade represented here. So the solutions are here, and we have the wearer of the shoes in this room. So let us have robust, engaging, and forward-leaning conversations. I look forward, and I thank you all.
Another round of applause for the Secretary General. Secretary General, thank you so much for your remarks. Members of the private sector, we have a target, 40% intra-EAC trade by 2030. And it won't be government to trade, it is us, the private sector, to achieve that target. And we've got assurance that the doors are open. We need to engage the policymakers because at the end of the day, they're expecting a report from us. Have we achieved the 40%? Where are we now? 30%? So, more work to be done. The first Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of East African Affairs, Honorable Kadada, you are welcome. And it's not the first time that I'm seeing your commitment towards the private sector. When you were Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, you really went ahead beyond your strength to ensure that the private sector within Uganda is really accessing the US market. And I can testify that because I worked along with you to ensure that we access the EAC market. Amidst us, we have members of EALA, led by the chairperson, Honorable Jojo Dong, and also Honorable Wangini. We have EABC board members, led by the Vice Chair, Ms. Simon Kahiru. We have Mr. Stuart Mwesiga from Roofings. We call him Stuart Roofings. The Mwesiga name we put aside. We have Mr. Rabogo. Rabogo, we call him Rabogo Mkwano. And Fiona, what is your surname? Chiseng. The brand for your... Yeah, and also we have the past chair, Mr. Jim Kabeho. We call him Mr. Kabeho Sugar. Yes. We have the chairman, PSFU, Mr. Humphrey Nzei, the vice chairperson, PSFU, Madam Sana Kajingo, the CEO of PSFU, Mr. Steve Nasimwe, director membership PSFU, Mr. Sirinya, and also have goodwill ambassadors of EABC, Dr. Maggie Chigozi. Recently I saw her harvesting honey, and I got scared. But she assured everybody that she's safe. I thought she would come with the honey here, but also we have Madame Median Sewunya, a goodwill ambassador, and when it comes to trade facilitation in the EAC, that is Madame Sewunya is the dictionary in terms of logistics. We have the DSG, our own, and I've been telling the members here that we are eating. So I think I will give some time for the minister to give some time to get some message from the presenters. I'd like to invite the private sector, because the SGC is really some warmth and strength in the room. First, let me invite the representative from New Forest, Mr. Alex. Alex, you're welcome. Chabawampi, because the company trades within the EAC. You can really give us the insight. What's the experience? What are some of the challenges? And what will be the solutions to these key challenges? Alex, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I want to be brief. I represent the New Forest Company, which has operations in the 3 countries within East Africa, but where we are trying to trade and send our products, wooden pallets, electricity transmission poles, but also kiln-dried timber to all the 8 partner states of the East African community. So in this sense, we experience certain challenges. The first one, of course, is the opportunity that the EAC itself presents. Currently, 8 partner states, a market of over 320 million people. It's a great opportunity. East Africa is, as a region, has a deficit of timber. And therefore, you think that when you have invested over 15 years setting up a greenfield forestry operation to produce a sustainable resource for East Africa, that it would be easy to actually trade within and have your products moving. These are the challenges that we have faced, and we've been told, because they have been spoken about, regulatory standards, tariff barriers, everybody since morning has been speaking about them. What I would like to propose is solutions. And there are many solutions, but for this meeting, where we have the executive, we have the parliament, we have the secretariat, and we have our apex organizations, my only request is that we prioritize the question of having a clear preference in public procurement across all the partner states for certified, responsibly managed timber. Because timber is a sensitive product, and we know that it is restricted, it is highly regulated. But the only panacea that addresses all the challenges, all the interests that the governments have in ensuring that we have a sustainable resource within East Africa which can satisfy all our needs without having to import, is that we must promote and we must have a clear preference at the EAC and within the partner states
of a clear preference for the trade in certified, responsibly managed timber. That will address all the challenges and the bottlenecks. It will also address the question of rationalizing and harmonizing the different standards that exist within our partner states, head to international best standards. We all know that certification is essential to trade within East Africa, within Africa, and even beyond Africa. And our people too in East Africa need to get access to quality timber products. The second aspect that I would really request the organs here is to address the question of chain of custody, which essentially goes to the heart of traceability, illegal logging, and all those other political issues. Because timber is also a political product, especially when we have the DRC coming into the picture. People speak of blood diamonds. We don't want to speak about blood timber. So there's need for transparency. And the only way you address that is having clear chain of custody requirements. And the legislative arms can do that. They are here. The regulators can help us do that. The political will seems to be there, but we need to see that being translated into real action that is tangible, that impacts the forestry sector. And as I conclude, we are still a young sector, but when you're speaking about concerns of climate change, when you're speaking about gender, when you're speaking about sustainable livelihoods, when you're speaking about employment for young people, there is no way you can talk about those things really with legitimacy if you are not addressing the basic motivations that will motivate, that will help our industries, our forestry industry to grow trees, but more importantly, also motivate smallholder households to grow their own trees in their small woodlots. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex, for that brief insight towards the timber industry. Allow me to invite Mr. Rawuk, Mukwano Industries, the General Manager. What are some of the issues and what will be the solutions in terms of fast-moving goods within the region? So, Rawuk, you're welcome.
I will stand on the protocol already laid in interest of time. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. When the Secretary General spoke, I found out that she's completely aware of the issues that affect we people in manufacturing. And as we are celebrating 25 years in EAC, some of these problems are as old as 25 years. I think it is time we put cap and drop some of these areas if we want to evolve. So I will not repeat the usual talking of non-tariff barriers, etc. But as a person who has worked in manufacturing, and especially in fast-moving consumer goods, you all know Mukwano Industries in the region. We engage in agribusiness, trying to promote oil seeds in the sectors of soya and sunflower. We have brands on the market, and once you mill those two, you get the basic of the animal feeds. But you look into the region, I mean, we must look at the big picture in East Africa. She mentioned one important thing is stays of application. Stays of application sometimes are good because of some bilateral agreements that our governments enter into with other trading blocs, and then come and kill the young developing industries. I'll give an example. In the sector of sunflower, which we looked at can be a replacement of palm oil, not 100%, because sunflower won't give you other byproducts where you make laundry soap, so you will still need palm oil. And some of our countries, including Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, are engaged in growing palm oil. But we must look at the land we have, and we must look and put our efforts on where can we live best. If you look at Malaysia and Indonesia, there is no way we are going to compete with them over my lifetime in outcompeting them on palm oil. So can we concentrate on what we do best? Now, we can do best in sunflower. I liked the role that Tanzania did. I took some time to visit them and see what they are doing in the sector of sunflower as a local seed. And then they said, okay, if Ukraine is number one, Ukraine is only 421 square kilometers. Tanzania is 682. How do they beat us? We even have better land. And so, but Tanzania now is promoting a lot of sunflower. But what happens along the road? They put export tax. That even if it is in Uganda, we're also growing sunflower, but our land area is only 240 square miles, and it's still growing. But if you have put an investment and you have a plant track throughout the season, you could go to your neighbor and buy the seeds and run the plant, but there's an export tax. That makes the cost of doing business very expensive. So are we thinking regionally or are we thinking internally? So that's another issue that should be addressed in terms of developing trade. So states of application are not in our interest, especially where they do not benefit us, because sometimes it's a policy matter for the government to raise revenue. For example, if you look at palm oil, there was an issue in Kenya when they put 10%. But in Uganda, we paid 10% on palm oil. Tanzania, I think, refused. So those kind of issues distort the market. So the issue of high costs in terms of we manufacturers is a big issue, and mainly relying on two issues, that is poor infrastructure. Now if you look in Uganda, most of our cargo, 100% comes by rail, by road. So we need a rail service very fast. So if there is SGR in Kenya and coming back in Tanzania, it should come up to Kampala. So maybe that can lessen our freight costs. Issues of financing, we still have issues of skilling in this country. Even the company where I work for, we employ a few of what we call experts, because some areas you don't have locals who can run refineries, who can run solvent extraction plants, who can maintain certain other plants that we do. We're in 100% plastic recycling, but you find there is no skills around us. So the basic should also be skilling for people to come and run these factories. The other issue I would ask the Secretary General and the team to look at is definitely the high cost of financing. So multinationals come here and invest because they're getting cheap money from out. We cannot compete with them here. And when you look at our means of production, like in Uganda, the country I know best, is most of the agriculture is subsistence farming. So even the farmers we use in the north, we have about 100,000+ farmers. They are really using the hoe and maybe handheld tractors, so their production cost is so high. So when we produce the product, and you have, let's say, sunflower, just getting it out from the field and you still have it at the farm, you find it's touching about $900 a ton. The same sunflower from Ukraine will land in Mombasa at $600 a ton. So what do we export? That means we're even going to sell a very expensive product to our already poor population. So we must look seriously into how we improve our farmers to make sure that even what they are producing can compete internationally on the international market. So my brother Jim is here with the sugar issues, always complaining of sugar from Brazil landing cheaply. Why? Yet we also have a lot of sugar canes in Busoga. It's the same thing, production, cost of production. So really, to us, we'll make sure that we look at skilling to have our own communities and look at agriculture seriously. I happen to have gone down to Zambia because they grow a lot of soybean and a lot of sunflower. And they found in Zambia they consume a lot of soybean oil, which we don't do in Uganda, but I think slowly the population is changing. They have a lot of commercial farmers, but these commercial production farmers are guys who ran from Zimbabwe and South Africa. They are also not Zambians. So when you look in Uganda, I don't think in the sector of oilseeds we have any commercial producer. So how are we going to leverage ourselves to make sure that there's import substitution and promote agriculture in this area? Kenya is doing very well. They have some boards. The other important thing we have is all the seeds we use are imported. We spend a lot of millions importing seeds in the sector of agriculture. It's high time we looked at having our seed multiplication places in this country. And the seeds take a lot of money. And these seeds are not given to farmers freely, and the farmers also need to be assisted. So, in the interest of time, the rest of the issues are well known, which will actually make sure that we can trade among ourselves in East Africa, non-tariff. I don't want to repeat us. But with those few things touching, is that the state of application is hurting us. And the agriculture sector should be really looked into, and especially in having the right seed. It never goes wrong, it starts wrong. If you don't have the right seed, you cannot produce properly. You go down in South Africa, on 1 acre of maize, the harvest is 700 kgs, or they can get 3 tons. Here we only get 700 kilograms. So you can imagine, by the time you get the crop ready, it's already expensive. Okay? So thank you so much. I thank you, Chair. My chairman said it all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rabogo. And I think you are in addition to NTPs, but even the cost of production can hinder a product to move in the market because of the uncompetitiveness. So those are issues. The stop application, in fact, it is a critical issue. And further, we shall discuss and see Uganda, where we are leading. Why are we leading? So every time, even right now, there's a meeting discussing stop applications. It's going on. So I think we need really to work hard as Uganda to ensure that. Allow me to invite. I'd like to invite the first Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of East African Community Affairs, Uganda. That's Honorable Rebecca Dada. You are welcome.
Morning. The Secretary General, East African Community, Madam Dufa. Is this your first visit to Uganda? Second? Okay, still you're welcome. Welcome to Uganda. Okay, Deputy Secretary General, Madam Mutawe, you're welcome home. Executive Director of the Business Council, chairperson members of the Private Sector Foundation, Uganda, our distinguished members of Parliament, CEOs and private sector representatives, ladies and gentlemen, we celebrate and join you today for the East African Business Council CEOs EAC Secretary General Breakfast Meeting, an event of great significance as we begin to forge a closer partnership between the EAC and the private sector. The meeting is timely as it aligns with our shared commitment to enhance economic integration and elevating the role of private sector stakeholders as key drivers for sustainable growth and development in our region. But I should not forget to say thank you to the Business Council for this partnership in the last 25 years. It's very, very, very key. We have been told that the EAC is one of the most integrated economic blocks. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I really wonder. When I hear that Uganda cannot go to Tanzania unless they have a passport, and Tanzania is our headquarters, when I hear that our children cannot practice in different countries, yet we are together. The other day, there was a battle between Rwanda and Tanzania over milk. So that's sometimes I wonder, but we shall get there. The freedom of movement, macroeconomic integration and infrastructure. We have demonstrated resilience amidst global economic challenges, and we have continually grown at the rate of 5.248% in 2024. However, while these are commendable achievements, substantial opportunities for improvement and expansion exist. Despite the growth in intra-EAC trade, which reached 12.1 billion in 2023, it's only 15%. You can imagine. We do more trade with the EU than with ourselves, and I don't know why this is. There's considerable potential to expand our regional market. Persistent non-tariff barriers, production of similar products across the partner states, protection tendencies, and global supply chain challenges all point the need for intensified efforts to improve trade facilitation and competitiveness within our community. I think my impression of the EAC is that there's political will at the top, but stop somewhere. The bureaucracies in all our countries have no business with the EAC. They're their own world, doing their own things. So we need to do more to change their mindset about integration. I've heard about the states of application. I understand that Uganda has the highest numbers of states of application, but I'm told that the bulk relate to textiles. But I think for me the ultimate solution really is federation. Because as long as I have my economy, my country, my workers, it won't work. And we are still thinking as sovereign states. That one has not changed. So for me, the issue of federation will ensure that it's our federation, our workers, our economy as a community. So this is what we have done. Now I want to call upon the countries that have not yet carried out the political consultation do so as quickly as possible. You can't imagine that over the last 10 years, only 4 countries have done the consultation. So was it 4 countries? 4 countries have done the consultation on federation. Only 4. I don't know when Congo will do it. I don't know when Somalia will do it. Even Tanzania, our host, has not done the consultation. However, through the observer status of the EAC Business Council, the EABC Technical Working Group, the private sector is empowered to shape policies that reflect ground level realities and business priorities. These structures facilitate invaluable dialogue, enabling a policy to be formed by direct input from the region's business community, which has a deep understanding of market dynamics and trade bottlenecks. Now, I heard Mr. Ramogo talking about oil palm. I don't know whether you've been to Karangara. The life of people in Karangara has changed because of palms. They don't even need PDM. They actually do. So, I think we should, small as we are, let's still find a way. Let's still find a way of popularizing the loss of oil palm. That's why we're having a meeting with the president over the same issue. And we're informed that you harvest for 25 years. The first year, the first acre, I think, can harvest, can raise 500,000 per acre the first year, and goes on increasing. So if a person can earn 2 million shillings per acre, what's the problem? Even if Indonesia, but Indonesia is far away. We have this market in the EAC. We can sell oil palm here amongst ourselves. So let's work on that. The other issue we talked about is SDR. Of course, I hope we are finally going to build our SDR. But I also wanted us to think more about the maritime transport. We are doing nothing with our legs. Absolutely nothing. We just admire them and let Victoria smile the biggest legs, smile the biggest leg. That's all we say about the Victoria. Nothing else. River Nile. The largest river in the world, so what? We are doing nothing about it. So maritime transport, for me, is very important. Also, enhance our capacity. You know, I have a big dream of seeing a boat from Entebbe to Jinja. You get out of the airport in Entebbe, you board the boat with your luggage, straight to Jinja in 1 hour. No traffic jam, no pollution, you know. That's what I'm dreaming about. I hope that one day I'll be able to see that. So this breakfast meeting with the private sector is a unique opportunity, deepen collaboration, identify national private sector priorities that will inform regional agendas, including this sector general's meeting, to ensure that our framework is aligned with the private sector's needs and is therefore better positioned to support robust economic growth. As we look to the future, it's essential to continue building on an environment that enhances trade, reduces barriers, and fosters innovation. The EAC in partnership with organizations like EABC remain dedicated to creating an open and competitive market, which in East Africa as a global and competitive hub for investment, trade, and economic cooperation. So let me express my gratitude to the EAC Secretariat, the Business Council, Private Sector Foundation, for dedication to strengthen this partnership. I look forward to hearing the outcome of your discussions and solutions. Someone said we stop to lamenting, let's bring solutions. So I look forward to hearing your solutions so that we can prepare a region toward a new era of prosperity. Thank you for listening to me, and I wish you a productive and
a strong one. Thank you so much, Right Honourable Prime Minister, First Minister, and the Minister for EAC Affairs. Our federation, our economy, our market. So we are going for a group photo outside, stretch a bit, then we'll come back for the other session. So members, we can move outside for the group photo.
Hello. You resemble my dad here. Are you my brother?
You remember the conversation we had about your son after the picture? Do you before we can come
I want to bring the one of those Shanghai explanation. Fine, Eva.
How was your life?
I'm going to punish you for neglecting me.
But there's a time I even called you.
Yeah.
You just in my foreign line.
Foreign line?
And you did call.
Okay, I'll get that. Babu. Taka sitapiga picha.
It's okay.
Move back, move back.
Yes. So look at the camera. And you smile when I say EAC, you smile. EAC? Yeah. Bella. So when I say EAC, you say kazi and biashara iendelee. EAC, biashara iendelee. When I say EAC, biashara iendelee. Uganda, biashara iendelee. Uganda, yeah. EAC, Jumuiya, biashara iendelee. EAC, yes. Thank you.
So welcome back from the break. I would like to invite Mr. Lino to give us an insight on challenges faced by the caring industry, the fraternity. Lino, you're welcome. Members, we are looking at logistics now, very critical, because as you move your goods or as you move people, logistics is a very critical issue. So Mr. Lino is from Wasifa, but also he has so many hats. So you introduce Lino, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Secretary General, all protocol observed. I had already introduced myself. My name is Lino Krialichila, the Secretary General of the Uganda Clearing Industry and Forwarding Association. And of course, those are the things I do on NTBs and trade facilitation. But here specifically, I'm going to talk about the transport and the logistics sector. As you are all aware, the transport and the logistics sector is the umbilical cord in trade and investment. Goods and equipment must be moved in a fast, safe, and most cost-effective manner. Because if you can't trade, then you can't prosper. So maybe let me, in the interest of time, just go through some of the opportunities which we have in the logistics sector. We have all heard that our economy is growing, the production is increasing, the intra-trade is increasing, and yet the movement of these cargoes and the facilitation is done by the logistics and transport sector. As a result, this enhances the involvement of the transport So this enhances the involvement of the transport and logistics sector, not only in trade facilitation, but also as an enabler of competitiveness in the community. The increased volume of goods means increased business for us. And increased transfer of both finished value and value addition goods also increases business for us. The movement of machinery and equipment and raw materials for the increasement of the investment and manufacturing, that's the same factor. And as you know, Uganda is an economic hub in the region. So we even facilitate other partner states to import this machinery, raw materials, to be able to enhance the productions for intertrade. And of course, we also have the good enabling environment in terms of security, policy, readily available markets, enhanced with good purchasing power. And when we add the improved infrastructure, you have heard of the standard gauge railway, but I would like to express some reservation about the standard gauge railway, which we have right now in place from Mombasa to Naivasha. There is one factor which needs to be addressed. You know, generally, the railway transport is supposed to be the cheapest means of transport, maybe compared with the water. But the current rates of the standard gauge railway from Mombasa to Naivasha are not user-friendly. So that needs to be revisited. Because even when we connect the line of Uganda to Naivasha, it may not help us much. So that needs to be addressed. And of course, like the Prime Minister intimated, to venture into the lake, the water transport. We have already started, and once there is great improvement there, Kisumu, we have the oil depots at Kauku, and then of course we need also to improve on the port there and the change piers so that we can use more of this water, because also cheaper means. So in terms of opportunities, the opportunities really abound for the logistics and the transport sector. Because we have to move the cargo, we have to facilitate the clearance of goods with the revenue authorities, and this is very good. Now the biggest problem is the challenges. And I think most of them have already been mentioned. So I may just echo a theme or one. But the critical thing, first of all, is non-adherence of partner states to the protocol. This is the main problem which is causing most of these problems. In our administration of the integration of the community, it was specifically indicated that all partner states should remove the existing barriers and not introduce new ones. But up to the 25 years down the road, there are more tariff barriers being introduced. It's really absurd. I mentioned that I'm a member of the Regional Monitoring Committee. This committee sits to resolve problems among partner states. But when it comes to implementation, we shall have the next meeting and the problem is still there. And one of the biggest problems is enforcement. The mechanism of enforcement is not yet in place. We made the MTB Act that enforcement is supposed to be done by the Trade Remedies Committee. But up to now, the Trade Remedies Committee has not been operationalized. So we therefore pray that EABC and the Secretariat, and through the allies also here, can we operationalize, expedite the operationalization of the Trade Remedies Act, then to help us to enforce. And of course, the other issue also which was mentioned was about really the federation. We need this thing first. We still have that element of national interest, protectionism, and this is causing us problems. And of course, we have those common problems which affect the movement of goods. We have still many way bridges. We have way bridges which are not harmonized. I wait from here, they tell me it's 5 tons. When I move to the other side, they're telling me it's 5,000.7. So we need harmonization of these way bridges. And of course, there's also sometimes understaffing. But I think as a solution, all the partner states should endeavor to introduce the way in motion system. Because as we have seen in Kenya, it makes really the problem of way bridges very easy. As you pass the way in motion, most of them go through green. I'm in the EAC technical working group, time release study. We went through all these way bridges, but in Kenya, where there's way in motion, about 80% of the trucks just pass. They don't go to the way bridge, which is very good. So to urge and encourage all partner states to introduce the way in motion. And much as they have been directed that we remove roadblocks, checkpoints, these are still abound. Therefore, we need you to encourage the responsible parties to reduce these checkpoints and way bridges if they cannot totally be eliminated. The other aspect is the high cost of the trucks. We still have a lot of old trucks on the road. Just because we cannot afford the new trucks, and the matters are made wise by our common external tariff, which puts that high tax on these new trucks. So can we pray, EAL and the members, can we reduce the tax of importing commercial trucks? We have also a problem of the local taxes imposed by the local authorities. These are not supposed to be there for goods in transit, for regional trade or external trade. Just the other week, we were in a regional meeting in Dar es Salaam and we resolved this issue with Kenya. But unfortunately, I've heard today, the other day, that there's some district in Uganda which is charging tax, which is very unfortunate. So I think maybe the Secretariat needs to again notify partner states that this tax should move freely. We have other taxes covering it, like road user. Otherwise, it's tantamount to double taxation. Why should we again pay the local tax? And of course, we have also a problem of high punitive penalties, both with the revenue authorities and then the road authorities. The East African Community Customs Management Act has imposed very high fines, and these are meant to discourage, fraudulent activities. But unfortunately, these laws are now being done as a means of raising revenue. So when the revenue authorities don't meet their targets, they resort to these punitive penalties, which are sometimes even higher than the tax. So maybe the act needs to be revisited. I remember I worked with the customs, Uganda Customs, and then Uganda Revenue Authority were the pioneers. The act we had there was user-friendly. There was even discretion, which these days is very difficult to exercise. So much as we need to penalize, I think the penalties should be commensurate to the business and not discouraging. And it's equally the same with the trucks. Sometimes penalties are charged to the extent that the drivers are forced to abandon, the owners are forced to abandon the vehicle because it's almost the cost of the vehicle. The other thing here as a barrier is the bond security and guarantees. Now we have the regional tracking system. And with this tracking system, all partner states can see how a truck moves, and they have emergency deployment systems or units. So either we get away with the bonds or reduce the rates, since we have another system of movement of cargo. Infrastructure has been mentioned. That is still a problem. When the infrastructure is poor, when the roads are bad, this causes wear and tear of the vehicles. And this causes translated to the business community. That's why you find our cost of transport, I think, is the highest in the world. 40% is really too much. And all of these factors contribute to it. And because of that, we still have the use of these substandard old trucks, which don't guarantee the safety of our goods. Sometimes they overturn, the goods are damaged, they reach late. The Bureau of Standards works in the international community for standards for trucks, the type of trucks which should be on road, the communication systems, the codes, the mode, I think needs to be embraced. And maybe the Bureau of Standards be advised to expose these standards to the business community and also sensitize them on those standards. And then, of course, what has already been mentioned, there is lack of access to affordable credit. And if it's possible, maybe we could create a trade bank. Like in India, we had a study with the Indian Institute of Trade. They have a specific bank for trade with fair rates, which can help the business community operate. So that's all I have to share with you.
SG is responding, eh? SG will respond, eh? Okay.
No, thank you so much for that presentation on infrastructure and transport. I wanted to make an intervention on the issue raised about the trade remedies committee, because this is something we need all of us to be able to unlock. So far, only one partner state has ratified the trade remedies committee, and that's Burundi. And this is how many years of this going on. So the question is, do we need the committee, or then do we just depend on the goodwill? I think that's what I wanted to throw in there.
Thank you so much. I have just got a mic from the Secretary General because I have to leave. I'm going to Parliament, but the issues discussed here are very pertinent actually for a member of Parliament representing the East African community, because they cut across. They are not necessarily discussed for Uganda's case, but for the region. So I would like to make a few comments before I leave. There was a presentation made by a gentleman in regards to national forestry. Yes, forestry, and I would also like to explore the East African Business Council, because it's not based only in Uganda, it's for the whole region. That whereas we are focusing on having a policy on, did he say a policy on, we need a policy on, okay, I just noted the timber. Yes, on timber. We should actually also explore the fact that when we are doing trading in timber, definitely you know that we are already cutting the trees. And then I come from a climate change perspective. Right now we are looking at carbon markets, and carbon markets is reducing on our emissions. And remember, our member countries, all of them committed to a certain percentage in terms of reducing on emissions. By Uganda 38, Burundi, and different member countries. So whereas we are looking at the forestry trading, there must be also an interest on us as East Africans to look at how we can explore the potential in carbon markets. Because as it is now, the people, the foreigners come, hoodwinking our heads of states, our leaders, that we need to get this, we pay these credits, but they are the beneficiaries. So I would like to explore the East African Business Council. If you could also look at that aspect, because there's a lot of money in terms of addressing climate change, but again at the same time there's a business opportunity rather than just only looking at trading into timber. I thought that's what I would bring. And right now what we are lacking, all member states do not have a regulation. And most of the member states do not even have a climate change. It's only Kenya and Uganda that have a climate change act. Kenya has recently revamped its act to include carbon trading, and Uganda is still hustling to come up with a regulation. At the EAC level, I am trying to do research on how we can have a harmonized carbon trading regulation within the EAC so that we can explore that potential. That's one issue that I wanted to raise. Then the other presentation was made by Mr. Wabogo. Mr. Wabogo was focusing on manufacturing industries. And I'm very keen, having grown up in Uganda and born in Uganda, about Mukwano industries and many other manufacturing industries. But you know, right now, as we are trying to address issues of trade, the business community should also be able to adjust in terms of the changing climate. Right now, I'm from my district, my village where I come from, it was hit to zero, all crops, everything destroyed. I just got the pictures today that yesterday it was hailstone that side. So single-use plastics, whereas the minister here was talking about maritime transport, a motion that we passed in the House last week for the ministers to expedite maritime transport so that we reduce on the cost of doing business within the region. It's also imperative for us to look at how do we, because Rwanda has already put a ban on single-use plastics. I'm now raising this for the manufacturers within the house. The business community should also be now readjusting, because in Uganda we also broke the same, but we were not able to adjust quickly to use of paper moving from policy. So soon we are bringing that single-use plastic ban in the East African Legislative Assembly, and I think we shall be consulting with you. But in terms of going forward, I think the business community should be also looking at how to adjust in terms of moving from single-use plastic, so that we reduce only the damage we cause to our water bodies. The Lake Victoria water body is highly polluted right now, with a lot of pharmaceuticals and single-use plastic just put in the water. So I thought I would say that. And lastly, it's a very good engagement. I'm excited, and I've already met some people here. I've met Mr. Wabogo, I've met the manager of roofings. I have been with Kajingo from the time she was still a student and president of my university. Then I was a young girl. But as a representative of Uganda to the East African Legislative Assembly, this is a great platform, not only for the Secretary General that today she's here. She's a very wonderful lady and committed to champion the cause of the integration. However, I would like to call upon all of us, because I know that majority of the people here are Ugandans, East Africans of Ugandan origin. Let us have an continuous dialogue with your members of the East African Parliament. Probably some of these issues, the way I've been keenly listening, could be some of the issues that we could have already addressed at the Assembly, and also put different tasks to the line ministers. So I would like to, through our chair of the chapter, that this does not just end today, it should be a serious engagement. And I remember when the Secretary General was talking, she talked about the Secretary General's convening, which is going to happen in Nairobi. I think we should be all looking forward to that and go there with keen presentations on what resolutions do we want for the EAC. Let's have a talk on the EAC that we want. Otherwise, I am so energized for having been called here. I was having my breakfast meeting on the other side, and then I was running to the plenary, but George was like, hey, first cross this side. And I can assure you I am energized, and I look forward to working closely with you. Thank you so much. And I beg to leave, Madam Secretary General, because I have an issue in the order paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Thank you so much, Lino, for the insights in the logistics. Allow me to invite the Vice Chairperson, Diversity Foundation Uganda, Madam Sana Kajingo. This is about professional services. Lord, we know the issues, right of establishment, movement of workers. So, Sana, you're welcome.
No, sorry.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, our fantastic MC, for partly submitting on my behalf. Thank you, Excellency Secretary General, for the opportunity today to listen to us. My name is Sarah Kajingo, CEO of Soft Power Communications, but I'm also privileged to lead Uganda's private sector as Vice Chair of the Board with my colleague, Chairman Humphrey Zay, and I chair the People and Culture Committee of the Board, and I'm the Director for Professional Services. You're welcome to the Pearl of Africa, Karibuni Sana. As you have already heard from our chair, PSFU is 30 years old, having been founded in 1995 by Dr. James Mulwana, may his soul rest in peace, and his contemporaries who are here, Dr. Maggie Chigozi, and so we stand on the shoulders of great people. Next year we will be celebrating 30 years of leading Uganda's private sector,
We grow through the ranks of our various sectors: tourism and hospitality, manufacturing, financial services, as well as all the other sectors that mirror Uganda's economy. But I'm here today requested to speak about the professional services. And I take cognizance of the fact that our sectors are interlinked: logistics, trade. So if the business environment improves, it improves for all of us. In the creative sector, we have a critical role in strengthening the capacity and competitiveness of our professional practitioners, the architects, accountants, PR and communication practitioners, lawyers, etc., by harmonizing standards and fostering skills development and enhancing cross-border recognition of professional qualifications. And so through that, if we can move seamlessly, if my profession and my practice can be recognized in Kenya, in Tanzania, seamlessly, we will enhance cross-border cohesiveness and competitiveness in our regional market. Working collaboratively, we can leverage these initiatives to drive economic growth, facilitate trade, and ensure that our professionals are equipped to meet the demands of an evolving global market. At PSFU, we continue to explore synergies and actionable steps toward a stronger East African professional services sector. And we do this through partnerships with many of the development partners as well as the Republic of Uganda. Today, PSFU is a co-implementer of several projects geared to growing our economy, but also cognizant of the fact that majority of the East African peoples are young people. So we are really keen on that demographic. We are organizing ourselves internally. Fortunately, government has afforded us an open door policy, and just recently I had the opportunity to address the East African Legislative Assembly on how we can partner as the private and public sector in spite of all the challenges we continue to face internally. Our Private Sector Foundation, which is the focal point of the East African Business Council, we are hand-holding young people in their various sectors, including the new ones, creatives, the fashion industry. I'll tell you, Excellency Secretary General, that on the African continent, the size of the creative industry is 158 billion US. In comparison, the UK creative industry alone is worth 130 billion US. What's the EAC creative sector worth? In fully developed economies, the creative industry contributes at least 7% of their GDP, which is not the case in our region. This industry has several other tangible benefits: social inclusion, cultural preservation, innovation development, and creating and catalyzing a sense of worthiness, which should greatly benefit us, especially the young people. So the creative industry, if well developed, can catalyze job creation and transform millions of lives. This year in March, PSFU organized a marketplace in Jinja, one of our beautiful cities in the country. And the creative sector, music, art, content creators took center stage. We brought in one place to mark the International Women's Day young people who have already made it, so that every young person, at the cost of PSFU and our partners, can network, and so that we can listen to how we can better handhold the young people. The challenge young people face, Excellency Secretary General, that they have listened to so many lectures. I'll report to you, Secretary General, that in partnership with the government of the Republic of Uganda, and many a time bilaterally, we have engaged in so many talking shops. Just recently in May, we were in Tanzania, where the Tanzanian High Commission, and I can see them here, you can wave, brought in the room the business community of Tanzania and Uganda, but majorly to discuss NTBs. So every business summit, we are talking NTBs. 2 years ago, we are in the Democratic Republic of Congo discussing NTBs. Early this year, I was happy to hear Excellency President Ruto and our very own Excellency President Yoweri Museveni on the partnership on SGR, that eventually the SGR will get to the border and Uganda can pick it up from there all the way to Uganda so that we connect our countries. However, Excellency Secretary General, Uganda is always at the receiving end of NTPs. And as leaders of the private sector here, many a time we face pressures from Uganda's business community who are pushing for reciprocity, who say we shouldn't be meek, that if one product is blocked by one country, we should follow through. And we think that would be the hallmark of retrogression if we even attempted to do that. Because at PSFU, we promote positive dialogue between government and the rest of the business community in partnership with the regional private sector bodies, TPSF, KEPSA, and others in the region. But the pressure sometimes is immense. However, the ball is in the court of the leaders. The ball is in the court of our esteemed leaders with the plenipotentiary authority to commit countries by a decision that never again shall borders be closed to the movement of people unilaterally, that never again shall borders be closed to the movement of our products. We will continue to thrive because internally, as a people of East Africa, we are integrated. I received so many friends from Kenya once in 6 months. I traveled to Tanzania. We are interlinked. The Rwandans are always here, and vice versa. Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo. But just as the chair of the EALA chapter stated, our challenge really is the politics. And we can take the decision as the leaders of East Africa to say, let us move. And for me and the rest of the private sector, the business executives in this room, are very, very excited, Madam Secretary General, for this opportunity. Thank you and your colleague who has served in distinguished capacities at Private Sector Foundation, the Honorable Annette. Thank you so much for this opportunity, for choosing to listen to us, for choosing to grow the private sector. The only way we can meaningfully tap into opportunities of integration is if we can grow our businesses, small, medium, and the bigger ones, so that, that's what really affects the people. It's not the politics. Otherwise, for professional services, we are organizing internally. Only recently, through our partners, which is helping us to improve the competitiveness of Uganda's businesses, we are now ready with the young people, the professional conference organizers, because MICE is one of the sectors we have identified which can potentially employ so many people. The global MICE market is estimated at 800 billion US in 2023 and is projected to expand at a compound annual growth rate of 9.1%. So we are readying people internally to be able to cash in these fast-growing sectors. Otherwise, the challenges are common to all of us, like the previous speakers have spoken, challenges around patient capital, challenges around continuous professional development, and with those very few words, I thank you for listening to me, and I wish us a productive meeting, and you're welcome once again to the Pearl of Africa. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, my dear President at Makerere University. Nice to meet you. We are left with only two perspectives, and I'd like to invite Mr. Hitesh. 3 minutes, then we shall have Dr. Megan Sewonia, also to share with us with the logistics industry. Then Megan, sorry. Then we open up and you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Hitesh Preti and I am representing a company called Day Biopharma. Day Biopharma is a new pharmaceuticals company, manufacturing company which we are setting up here in Matuga. Though I am just even not 2 weeks old in Uganda, but I am around 2 decades old in East Africa. So I have been grown with the system, with the industry here. I was managing a company in Kenya earlier, then I was managing a company in Tanzania, all pharmaceuticals. So I've been working with EABC for long, and we have come to a long way. So first I would touch upon about the Day Biopharma. Day Biopharma is the largest pharmaceuticals manufacturing unit in Sub-Saharan Africa. It is the courage of the promoters who could put this kind of infrastructure here. We are going to have as many as 12 plants, and we would be manufacturing practically most of the drugs in Uganda. So with the time you will see Uganda would be in the world pharmaceuticals map. Okay, project is very ambitious and it will take its own sweet time to reach there because of the challenges. There are many challenges. So first I would like to speak about the opportunities. Okay. East Africa, the way we have grown in last 2 decades, I am very, very passionate and very, very happy that we are growing in the right direction. The kind of drugs what we used to have when I came to Africa in 2005 and now in 2024, we have grown a lot. We are doing extremely well, that's what I can say. And credit goes to mainly the political people. I am seeing that all the governments, whether it is Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, we are getting support. There is a level of support. As a businessman, I will try to get all the support, but I can see that we get a better support here than many other countries, many other African countries, many other Asian countries. The main issue is the population of a country which is very small compared to our competitors who are basically from the Asia, where the population is so big that that population supports the industry. Here our main challenge is the population, and when we have EAC as a single market, that time we will be the winner. Okay. There are a lot of things which has happened in last 15 years. I was a part of EAC medicine, MRH, medicine regulatory harmonization. So we have reached to a level where I can today register a product in all 7 countries with 1 dossier. Pharma industry is very technical, very capital intensive, and highly regulated. So you need to have big money to start a pharma company, a good pharma company, I would say. We have many small pharma companies, but that cannot support much to any economy. The kind of project we have,
it's too early and it would be not right to say, but we will be contributing greatly to the economy of not only Uganda, EAC, and the self-sufficient market as far as the pharma is concerned, medicine is concerned in Africa. Because the kind of capacities we have is enormous. Now that's one part of the story. The other part of the story is, will I be competitive to my competitors from India and China, which will always be a challenge. Because with them, the advantage is, they get raw material in the vicinity, they get packing material in the vicinity. I have to bring everything from there, then I have to formulate it here. That is one. Number two is the human resource. I have to bring human resource from also there. Okay, then I will train my team here, and it may take 2 years, it may take 5 years. So when I bring human resource from outside, my cost of production also goes. There are so many things which has happened in EAC, especially I would say GIZ and UNIDO. These two organizations have supported us a lot in last 2 years in terms of the capacity building. And I'm very happy that I was working with a company in Tanzania. When I took over that company in 2016, we had 23 expatriates. And when I left that company in 2020, we had only 3 expatriates. So those kind of capacity building we are doing, so that with the time we make local self-sustainable workforce. It has two advantages. One is, you are making the industry stronger. Number two, you are reducing your cost. So with the time, things are happening better. A few things which I have written here. As far as the topic is basically the EAC market. EAC, if we see the pharma market, the main is Kenya, as far as the manufacturing is concerned, where we have around 50 companies. In Tanzania, we have around 20 companies. Here, we have around 20 companies. So these are the main 3 markets where we do the manufacturing. And in all the markets, we have products from Kenya. Okay. You will not find any product of Tanzania in Kenya or any product of Tanzania in Uganda. There are one company which is selling from here to all the places, but the acceptance is not that much. So we have to go a long way in making that all the 3 or practically all the 7 countries have a similar kind of regulatory framework, so the quality is maintained and the people are confident that whether he is buying from Tanzanian product or Ugandan product or a product from Burundi, they have the similar quality. That is one thing. Though with EAC MRS things are happening, but it is getting a bit slow because it is 15 years since this project has started, and still we have not reached where the like we have in EU. You have one body, and with one body you are getting the product registered in every country, and it makes business very, very easier. The other thing, somebody has also spoken about the northern corridor and the central corridor. That has to happen for a better business, not only for pharma, for any business. Because when we bring goods by truck, by road from Mombasa or Dar es Salaam, and when we bring goods by train, it will reduce the cost, it will increase the speed. So those 2 things has to be done. And I believe for that political will and political support is very, very important. We are getting a lot of support from donor funding and development organizations like Gavi, like Global Fund, like World Bank, and they support us. But for that, the kind of quality you need to have, we have very few companies. We have only 3 or 4 companies in the region who can give that kind of product. So at Day Biopharma, we are from day one working that we would be at that path so that we get a bigger market, not only East Africa, it would be Pan-Africa. Now challenges, we have high distribution cost. If I'm trying to distribute, it may add 15 to 25% to the product only on distribution cost. So with that, my product become less competitive compared to, in one of the company, I tried to sell my product to West Africa from Tanzania. It never worked. Because the goods from India and China would be cheaper than Tanzania to West Africa. So So those challenges we have, and I'm not sure how much time it will take to mitigate those challenges, but at least in East Africa, if we have a better transportation system, we can mitigate those issues. Public sector still dominates 60 to 7% business here. Whether NMS here, whether KEMSA in Kenya, whether MSD in Tanzania, that is good, that is bad. Because if I don't get my tender, I will not get that market. Okay. So in that, there is a provision of 10 to 12% positive this thing for the East African manufacturer now. In all the three bodies, they give preferential treatment to East African manufacturers around 10 to 12%. But after that also, many a times we are not competitive with our competitors from Asia basically. Okay, so that is one thing where we can have some. That is one thing where we need to give few products to the local manufacturer. That system, that particular. We are pushing that particular agenda for long, but it's not getting into. You know, if there are 10 products which are given only for the local manufacturer in East Africa, then we will not have that competition, and we can have the capacity of those products, and our business can be secured. So these are the few things which are in agenda for long, but it is not happening. So my request that if we can look into all those things, the pharma industry in East Africa can grow very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hitesh. And the pharmaceutical industry is one of the key industries the summit has highlighted, or as a community, that we need to push as a region. So those issues affecting this industry are very critical. Before I open up the floor, I want to invite Madam Dr. Megan Sewunya to give us the perspective, so the transport and logistics from the freight sector of our industry. Dr. Welcome.
Thank you. I know I'm the last one to open up the floor, and I know I'm talking about a very cross-cutting. I should be talking about a very cross-cutting sector, but good enough everybody touched on it. Let me start by congratulating and welcoming our new Secretary General. I haven't met her. I've been a busybody in East African affairs, but since you assumed office, I had slid out of boardrooms to play fields with grandchildren, so you might not see a lot of me, but the likes of Annette hear from me and they reach out whenever there is need to. I'm always available. I wish to congratulate you on the confidence your appointing authority has in you, and pray that you will excel and perform beyond its expectation. And we'll be praying with you as we move along with you, because we trust all leadership comes from God. So we wish you a very, very fruitful and blessed tour with at EAC. I wish also to congratulate and thank EABC and EAC for the successful public-private dialogue sustainability so far.
this public-private dialogue, I said I have been a busybody. I was a board member at Trademark East Africa, and something to me was not adding up because they came as, first of all, EALA rejected them, wanted to push them away, said if you have money, bring it to the Secretariat and we'll spend it. Annette, I think, brought the first team that was exploring this to meet me, and I told them, you sound like our dream plus money, so we shall support you. And we supported them, and I became one of the first board members. I think I was the only East African on that board, and it was not adding up for me, because they were looking so much at partnering with, of course they were about integration, partnering with partner states, or, you know, donors or whatever we call them now. They became development partners. In my older days, we used to call them donors. So they wanted to work with governments, not private sector. But as a board member, I pushed. I kept pushing. I kept saying, but the governments don't do business. You are about integration. You want to grow trade. You want to see developed countries, more development. If you work with governments only, it might not work. And eventually, after 3 years, I think they were tired of me. Every board meeting I would be saying private sector, and then they would challenge me, but the private sector do business and they have money. If you have any programs and ideas, and go and use your money, not our money, to do your own thing. But eventually, they saw the point, and I offered to be the pilot for public-private dialogue by starting the National Logistics Platform in Uganda. We partnered, because we were in transport, we sought to partner with Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Transport, but hinged ourselves into private sector foundation. And guess what? Government is willing to listen to us as long as we come with confidence, well-researched positions, boldly, and demand, and ask to lead. Looking at the East African community, private sector led. The Ministry of Transport of Uganda, I want to bear witness, they are not here, but I want to tell you that today they will not move without the practitioners in transport and logistics. Anything. We wrote the private sector strategy for transport and logistics with them. We wrote the transport policy for Uganda with them, with the support of Trademark. And I wish to thank Trademark. Again, I don't know whether they are in this room, but Trademark has been there and has been supporting the public-private dialogue. It spread to EABC, and I'm happy. Today I'm happy, and I'm telling the story because I want to give the solution. They say we don't come with lamentations, we come with solutions. So as goodwill ambassador, before I become the logistics person, which I am, and I am CEO of a company called BTS Clearing and Forwarding Limited. I want to say that I gave this story to show what, so that when I come up with the solution and recommend the solution, all the sectors issues they brought out here, it will be only one recommendation. But I would like first to educate you a little about the role of transport and logistics in the integration, in trade, in country development, and logistics and transport is often referred to as the wheel of commerce. One of us, a gentleman from Busoga, who started as a freight forwarder, now is a lecturer at Harvard in logistics and transport, wrote a book called The Wheel of Commerce. We all need to read it. It's also known as the backbone of any economy, because in transport and logistics, we impact on every business that you do, on every government project. Transport and logistics needs to be efficient. If it's inefficient, which is because it supports the supply chain. The supply chain needs to be efficient, therefore being cost effective in order to grow the economy. So I often wonder, even the countries, for example, the revenue authorities, they are looking at trade. They are said to be customs, to be facilitating trade, but instead it ends up looking like frustrating because of regulation, very strict regulation that are not also well researched, and in terms of risk assessment. Why am I holding these 10 containers here for 2 days, 5 days, when they could pay me tax now, if the difference is even 5 million shillings, but they will arrive in the market affordable, because you have not wasted the time. When you hold them, freight forwarders, we don't lose anything. We add that delayed cost to the product that is going into the market. Therefore, the market, when it arrives there, it's not affordable by most of the population. Therefore, it will take longer to be sold. Therefore, you will not collect enough tax, because where you would have had 100 containers in a month, you will get perhaps 30 or 40. So are you collecting tax? Are you selling the product, or if it's going to a factory, for example? But they also add it on the cost of their production. I've had, by the time I got off board transport, we had worked so hard and brought it to 37%. At some point, I think it even went to 27% of the production cost. But today it's back to 40%. Now, it's because of those inefficiencies in the supply chain. So transport and logistics needs to be looked into deliberately, Annette, deliberately, to ensure affordability of the products in the market, and the turnover, turnaround, even of trucks, turnover of sales. We have to look at it holistically in order to be competitive, in order to grow our trade, even in EAC trade, even exports, if we want to trade with other countries. You've heard, now you understand why the sugar from Brazil arrives here cheaper than the sugar in Uganda. If you add now what I heard from Mr. Wagogo, we've been lamenting about the cost of logistics and transport. But now we have added the cost of the production itself, including agriculture. So if this is 40%, then now you add 20%, I think he said. So you are at 60% to compete with the other blocks. What are we doing there? Are we on the right track? So, that was point number one. Point number two is the common market protocol and the customs union protocol. Sincerely today, not because I retired to grandchildren, but because it's confusing. Where are we in the implementation of the common market protocol of the customs union? I'll give an example of unharmonized road user charges. Even if from this meeting, if I can get only this one addressed, it will be good for Uganda's competitiveness. Because we have so much agricultural products to share. President Kenyatta once told us he was here to share with us prosperity. We are looking at sharing prosperity. The unharmonized road user charges. Okay, we needed to come with solutions. Today I want to give a solution. Very simple, very easy. I'm sure you can achieve it even by a day. Is we are our border starts even information thoughts. Calculating road user charges in kilometers. The old laws of the colonial days are still applying, but we have ambitions to be a common market. Why can't we say now that we are a common market, it's $50 across board, all countries. It's $100, whatever you will choose. But we can't compete when Ugandan trucks are paying $250 and the Kenyan trucks to come to Uganda are paying $50. So can we consider this a common market and things like road user charges? That's one of the things I would like to Uganda to achieve from this meeting. So the challenges, I won't go into them, but I will take this opportunity to thank EAC and our government for the focus on infrastructure and trade. But transport they forgot, yet it contributes a lot. But they have focused on trade, they have focused on infrastructure. There is nothing EAC, EABC and our governments haven't tried to do in infrastructure. Everything possible, they have done it. But the challenges that remain is inappropriate national policies and limited implementation of national, bilateral, and regional agreements. We have had JPCs, Joint Permanent Commission. Stephen, I'm sure you attend. We go there. The late Magufuli offered me a job when we held one in Tanzania because I told the truth. I am known for telling things and they are. I said, we come here, we are not short of forum. We are here every time in JPC talking about these things, but we come back to talk about the same things with nothing changed. But we come back every 2 years, or now we make it every 1 year. Bilateral agreements are there. Why aren't they implemented? The regional agreements are there. required they implemented, and I will leave the infrastructure things out. All those are there. I'm 3 minutes summarizing. I'm reaching the end. My one recommendation, the solution, is the public-private dialogue. What is its state? What is its level of development? How far? When I left so many years ago, how far has it gone? How trusted is this engagement? How structured is it? We need to formalize it. That's my recommendation for everything. All the problems here will be solved by a public-private dialogue that's well structured, but also formally signed and trusted and consulted. In our days, we were struggling to be, when we started, when EAC treaty was being negotiated, we were always there. We were struggling to be accepted. Later we were accepted. We struggled to be recognized. We were recognized. We struggled to be trusted. We have been trusted. I hear EABC is at the observer status. You can listen, you can't participate in those meetings, but it's a big step somehow. So when do you engage formally with the summit, or when do you engage formally with the SB? We need to formalize, structure well, but above all, our associations, Stephen and Madame Kagin, we must empower our sectors, our associations. The private sector foundation throughout East Africa or the country, they struggle to do things for us. The associations, you are there struggling at the secretariat. You can't be a jack of all trades. Pass it on to the sectors, the association. That's why National Logistics Platform was successful. I hear it's being, I get calls from the National Logistics Platform is being talked about. Marian, where is it? What happened? And guess what? The private sector, we undermine ourselves. It became so successful, it's now at AU level. When it came to Uganda, the public sector was scared because it was strong, bold, and confident. And the public sector was not welcoming. They called it a tsunami, they called it names, but guess what? They used the private sector to kill it. I don't know how it's going now at PSFU, but it was sidelined, and it came at a time where I had no appetite for fighting for space and survival anymore. So I took off and it died. So we need platforms. Why are platforms different from the sectors? Is platforms are formal engagements with, for us as an example, for Minister of Transport, Minister of Trade, Minister of, Export Promotion, URA, we were engaging formally. Our committees, our meetings were sitting together. So can we, as I conclude, can I ask us to step back, reflect on how we can structure formally our relationship with the public sector, with the EAC, so that we speak with one voice above all. What PSFU should be doing is harmonizing positions of different sectors and platforms to ensure they are not hurting the economy anywhere, but working together and speaking with one voice in order not to confuse the public sector. I wish to submit, and thank you so much. I have taken a lot of time, but I hadn't been in an, after many years of being there every day, I had missed this. And I thank you again for remembering to invite me, EABC and EAC, I'm sure. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Miriam. The experience you have, and as far as the logistics and transport is concerned within the EAC, we need it. I want to open the floor. A few questions, very specific, problem answer, a minute each person, so that we're able to allow the SG and others, and all of us to go and attend to other duties. So the mic is moving around, and then, yes, I can see Prudence.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. I have to take this opportunity to congratulate our secretary. You are very much welcome. As a woman, I'm sure we are going to move further. Because as a woman, Stephen, you know sacrificing your family and you move around East Africa. One time you witnessed how I suffered in Arusha. I've never given up. I've been in every country, but I do it single-handedly. This is the time I need support. I was in Rwanda. Every supermarket had better wine, but after closure and COVID, there are only new people now in supermarkets. They don't know better. I was asking them, you are saying promote East Africa, build East Africa. This old woman should go and start the marketing afresh. Her Excellency Anna was there helping me to make sure that I'm everywhere. She has left it in Arusha. What can we do to promote ours? This is something I'm doing not for myself. In Uganda, I use all the fruits. In Rwanda, I use the binyomoro. In Tanzania, I use the hibiscus. What else do you want me to do? When will you recognize? Because abroad they ask me, do your people know who you are? Because I have the healthiest products, but they are not promoted. Instead, they are demoted by what? By putting a lot of taxes. When ethanol started killing people, they put a lot of taxes on alcohol, including better wine, which is organic. And yeah, you don't give me a voice. I'm fighting alone. It took me years for It took me years for URA to understand. The CG has eventually understood. Minister Kaseja has understood. Now Parliament, I don't know what they are going to decide. Because imagine a bottle of better wine, I get a profit of 500, but they want 6,000. I give them my 500, we share the 500, so there are 6,000 is accumulating there. And they said, there are so many benefits I'm not getting because I'm not paying that 6,000. You know, like now the tax holiday, they say, why would you give a tax holiday when you're not paying tax? Yet me, my 500, they are sharing. They want to take that extra which I don't get. And now I don't know why all of you should realize, what am I doing? Who is benefiting from the work I'm doing? It's not me. Those days when I was young, I liked meat, I liked beer, sugar, all those things now I don't take. But when I see the children I'm employing, the farmers, I feel very happy. You know, when I go to Rwanda, I don't go with the labor from here. I employ people from there. But they don't see that. Why is it all of you? Here who doesn't know me, who doesn't meet me everywhere, never complaining, they listen, sympathize, and is there. Surely when you are packing your bags going to Arusha, what did you say? Better wine. Or what far have you gone with the other problems? Let us go. When you go to Tanzania, you are here. One time I had Stormine, they had organized the dinner. All the tables full of Argentinian wine. I said, what is this? East African Business Council. You are here in Africa, in East Africa. You want to celebrate this evening. But some laugh at us sincerely. He's a Muslim. They laugh at us. Because now, why do we hate what is ours? I've got forward is 2 months ago from Italy. Me, I don't have any problem with my products going to any country because they are superb. They need them more than what? And they don't have to go for certification. Go to Russia. Who doesn't know better? Too. I started with Italy, Portugal, Spain, France. Now I got awards from Italy. Now my juice is the best in East Africa. The hibiscus is from Tanzania. I was telling the honorable speaker, your parliamentarians are killing my business. Yet I'm supporting your people. She said, I come from. I said, no. Bukedians, even right now as I'm speaking, some people from Bukedia, they are dropping hibiscus at my factory. I was producing juice and wine from pineapples. Because of these problems, when you see pineapples on the street, why don't you find out where were they going before? A farmer was coming to me direct. But now, I stopped. If you see pineapples with these boys like a child, I'm so sorry. For the 8 pineapples are going for 30,000. How much the farmer getting? So I want to continue promotion like yours. Let us act. This speaking, I may have spoken a lot, but it is a point.
Yes.
Because I'm promoting the economy and in the whole of East Africa.
Point noted. Thank you much, Prudence. Introduce yourself, the company, issue, solution, then we have the last one.
Thank you very much. My name is Philip Benari. I'm the Secretary of Uganda Law Society, which is, Uganda Law Society is a bar association of the East African Law Society, which East African Law Society is going to be holding its 29th AGM 2 weeks from now. And the theme of that AGM is still hinged around the discussion here. And I believe the same problems and same resolutions will be reached, but there will be no action, or there will be little action that will be taken. My issue, all the challenges that we have talked about here, all the bottlenecks that we have discussed here, have legal connotations. The EABC seems to be moving faster than all the other arms of the EAC, if we may assess. However, if the legal bottlenecks that arise from these stages of application, from this lack of implementation of the NTBs and trade regulatory bodies, committees, are not addressed, then we still have this challenge. My solution is that we have strategic engagement and involvement of law societies in the region on adherence of rule of law and good governance. Because all those issues have a rule of law issue and good governance issue. If that is addressed, then we can move forward. I'm glad the past president here had an MOU with PSFU, which was largely on advising small-scale enterprises, but I would seek to revise that MOU, and we include invoking Article 27 of the EAC Treaty. Let us be societies that can drag our countries or member states to court to test why isn't there the will to implement these bilateral agreements until the EACJ or the EAC, the court, sits and addresses some of these issues. our stage of applications will continue growing. The EALA will sit and discuss this, but there will be no action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see another hand. Yeah. I would like to, are there responses? Yes, SG and ESG. The floor is open. Also, Honorable Judge Odom.
Good afternoon once again. First of all, I want to thank all the presenters for the submissions that we have received. They've been extremely rich and value-adding. So I want to thank you all very, very, very much. You've certainly given us a lot of homework, but also a number of issues for us to reflect on together, because the solutions are not with us, the solutions are with all of us. I will speak to a number of the issues that have been raised, some in general terms, but others perhaps more specifically. But before I start, I want to assure you that in September last year, I think I started this job in August of last year, and in September I made a commitment that we will reinvigorate the technical working group between the EAC and the East African Business Council. And we did that. We have reinvigorated that group of experts at technical level, where all these issues that are being discussed are turned into an action plan that we then discuss and follow through as Secretariat to take forward issues that are for Secretariat's action, and then matters for the private sector also taken up through EABC with the respective private sector actors. So there's a public-private dialogue mechanism that has started, and it is very active. We are inviting experts. At the last one, I think we had Mr. Rabogo there as well, and experts from all the ESC partner states. We will continue that engagement, and hopefully through EABC, you will receive a report of the work that this group is doing. So I hope, Marian, that responds in some ways to structured and technical discussion that supports public-private engagement. We'll continue that effort. I'm going to go back and forth, but I'm starting from the last, what is that? Last in, first out. Yes, last in, first out. Instead of first in, first out. So the lady from there, our good friend, who we hear from at every engagement, she's always present, has raised a broader issue beyond the issues that she's faced with, an issue around the harmonization of domestic taxes. Because if those taxes were harmonized, if we had a similar tax structure for alcohol, for cigarettes, for fuel, around the value-added tax, excise, those are the issues that are causing that challenge. This process has started, but it is very, very slow. It is very slow, and as private sector, you should be very impatient. We should be very patient with the technical people that are involved in the discussions. I attended the last meeting where there's an attempt to move forward, and with support from some of our partners. A few products have been targeted, but from my observation of that process, even with the technical support from the Secretariat in terms of guiding on the technical aspects, I couldn't see any convergence around tax rates. So it's going to continue to be a very slow process. And as Honorable Secretary General mentioned earlier, she said, you have proximity to some of these offices, please raise these issues. We can't afford the pace at which negotiations, and I'm supposed to be on the other side, but I get impatient too. We can't afford that pace. There's no way the region is going to grow if we continue consultation after consultation and study after study and strategy and plan. It certainly is not going to deliver this region. It's not going to deliver a competitive region. So I urge you on this issue of harmonization of domestic taxes, please, in the forums where you're engaging, raise it and ask for speed so that we can move forward. I think that will address the issue that she's raising in a sustainable way. Because higher discussion with the Revenue Authority might yield short-term results, but it will not yield a long-term outcome. In terms of promotion of products from the region, again, we do our best as a secretariat. I came from Juba, where we had an exhibition for micro, small, and medium enterprises. We had 440 exhibitors from Uganda. She was there last year. She wasn't there this year. And other partners. In total, we had 1,700 exhibitors. They obtain markets, they obtain partnerships, they get sales, and we have symposiums that talk about that affect business. So those are some of the efforts that we have, but there's more that can be done, certainly. So we take away that as an issue. How can we continue to promote products that are from the region? I think I've mentioned the issue of limited implementation of protocols. It came from my good friend from the logistics, Lino. It came from him, and it has also come from Marian on implementation. Again, an issue we need to push forward. The issue of road user charges. It is a discussion that has been ongoing. Rwanda charges different, Kenya and Uganda charge different, United Republic of Tanzania charges a different rate. It is a discussion that is ongoing in the Sectoral Council of Transport and Infrastructure, but it is ongoing and ongoing and ongoing, and no conclusion is coming out from that discussion. So again, we just need to continue the advocacy on this issue. On the, Madam Sarah mentioned the creative sector. Very, very important, critical. And I went to the Common Market Protocol to look through the sectors. And apparently, the creative sector is not specifically identified. We have different sectors that can be a bit cross-cutting, like business services, communication, tourism and travel, but it's not the creative sector. So perhaps that's an issue to take away as we continue on the Common Market Protocol negotiations. How can we carve out sub-sectors from the broader sector? So that we will take away. But in terms of how we promote, you may be aware of the Jama Fest. You've heard about the Jama Fest, the festival organized by the EAC Secretariat that brings together the creatives, culture, food, dance. It's organized every 2 years. We haven't had one since COVID, I suppose, but I stand to be corrected, since COVID. So Honorable Secretary General, I think, has, in addition to organizing the SG Forum, the Jama Fest as well, so that we can continue to celebrate. But again, in a sustainable way, how do we ensure that this sector also has prominence as part of our common market, so that people can move, services can move. So that we will take away. On the pharmaceutical, I think we received really, really good information on the importance of this sector in the region. And you did mention support from GIZ and UNIDO, and indeed we are working with GIZ as the EAC Secretariat. And you may be familiar with the strategy that has been put in place for the pharmaceutical sector. The pharmaceutical sector is one that also would benefit more from more dialogue and collaboration within the partner states. I say this because at one of the last meetings, we received a request from one of the partner states for some tariff splits for some of the tariff lines. But the rationale presented was not clear. They mentioned that it was distorting and difficult to implement, but it wasn't very clear. So we asked that they return and resubmit with more clarity to what they would like to see. That submission is going to be discussed. And there was a timeline for when the submissions were meant to be received. That was around August. I think Uganda still has the opportunity to present a submission with respect to any tariff lines or issues that are tariff related, and this will all be considered as part of that discussion that is coming up. I think it will be coming up before the end of the year. I don't have the dates. So that's, I think, on the pharmaceutical. Marian raised an issue on transport and logistics and how the situation seems to be turning around negatively. And I had a short chat with the executive director of EABC to say maybe we need some analytical work, fresh analytical work from us as a technical working group to understand what are some of the drivers now, what is happening, because we're speaking from a point of lack of analysis, and you remember how that really helped us in making sure we understand what are the issues that we are dealing with. Because we have a number of assessments, like on the one-stop border post, we are looking at assessing how much time it is taking, but we're not looking at all the, we're not looking at the whole chain. So I think that's a bit of work that we will take up and working collaboratively with the team that's looking into infrastructure. On the common market, I think I've talked about the common market implementation. And in this discussion, when we started, we all mentioned the issue around business environment and politics and how it influences investment and leadership. I was looking at the statistics that were discussed in the last weeks on implementation of the Common Market Protocol, and something was extremely revealing. And I was looking at businesses that have registered in other partner states. And from the statistics that I got, between July and December, January, June, in Burundi there was no business registered from EAC to work within Burundi. In Kenya, in July to December there were 14, January to June there were 9. Listen to this. In Rwanda, 528 businesses registered between July and December, and between January and June, 606. In the United Republic of Tanzania, 189. And in January to June, 362. Uganda, 19. January to June, 28. What does that tell you? It's a very revealing picture. Some partner states are working hard to address the issues that we are discussing in this room so that they have a better environment for investors. And that is why we have these numbers. If you look, it also goes to the right of residents. How many residents have been accepted from one of the partner states into the other? The picture is the same. Rwanda is out there, standing out. What are they doing better than the other partner states? These are issues that we need to reflect on. You have a committee here that follows up on implementation of the common market. They should be curious about what other partner states are doing that we could also do to attract, because that means jobs for our people. That means industries are developing. That means we'll have lower prices, all the benefits that come from new investment and new enterprise. These statistics are going to be presented at the next council, and hopefully the council will deliberate and come up with some policy implications. But I thought I should mention that on the implementation of the common market. On implementation of the customs union, as has been mentioned, there's a lot that has been done. It's not a sector, it's not an area where we are suffering very much, except on the non-tariff barriers. What we've done on the non-tariff barriers is to take an out-of-the-box look at this issue. Because we talk about it and we talk about mechanisms for removal, and we have committees that meet every quarter and go over a long matrix and deliberate and present a report. But we've decided to step back from all of that and to really try to understand what's the problem. What is the problem? So we have an expert. Some of you will know who that expert is, and I think we chose well. He's my former boss at one point, Mr. Director Badamunda Kenneth. He's looking into this with an outside perspective. And at the end of this month, we expect a report from him. Maybe he will say we are doing the right thing, continue. Maybe he will say, redo the whole process because it's not working. Let's see what he will come up with. But at least we've taken it seriously. as an issue. And at least it will also allow us to be able to show that proactively, we're not just relying on removal mechanisms and forms and reporting. The other thing we have done on non-tariff barriers is a regional approach. We have now started to bring countries together where there's an issue that is bilateral. We had one such meeting where we had about 3 entities that had been on our monitoring form or list, and 3 of them that had been there for maybe like 5 years got resolved through that approach. So we believe that if we continue that approach in parallel with the committees, in parallel with everything else that we are trying to do, that this issue will continue to be addressed. But I again must also remind the private sector that sometimes they are the cause of these entities because they lobby with their governments so that certain products are not allowed into a certain market. Some of them are fortunate to have the ear of those that determine very close to them, and then decisions are taken. But we are calling within each country to desist because it is not good for the region. So I've talked about the Trade Remedies Committee. Honorable SG mentioned that Uganda hasn't yet ratified. So we keep following up and we keep writing. I think I have written 3 letters at intervals. I have one already drafted, which perhaps I'll get now. Maybe when they read my name, they just, we know her, she's just bothering us. So now we'll get, yes, so now we'll get, it will come from Honorable Secretary General. So maybe they will take it even more seriously, but we're going to send yet another reminder on the Trade Remedies Committee. So we have a few important activities coming up. A number of non-tariff barriers are also linked to rules of origin. There are many, many issues that arise related to rules of origin. So we are going to start a comprehensive review of the rules of origin. And I think the private sector has been calling for this. We've already scheduled the meeting. It will take place in November between the 19th and the 22nd. We're going to start that process. I encourage that you please be involved and be very, very active, because rules of origin, some of the sectors we are talking about here are impacted by rules of origin. The issue, for example, of buses and trucks has suffered a lot from rules of origin because of the value addition, how much value is added in the region to be able to benefit. So those are issues that we're going to talk about during that comprehensive review, and I hope that you will be very actively involved. On the single customs territory, you will recall when it was launched in 2015, the coalition of the willing, it was referred to at that time. I think now that has been overtaken by the involvement of all the other partner states. There was so much momentum. These meetings, these committees that were responsible for this work reported directly to the heads of states, and they were very, very keen and interested. We saw so much momentum. So we've tried to revive that momentum. We had, 3 weeks ago, we had a retreat of the commissioners of customs so that they can start to see where is the blockage, where are the complications. The transit regime is not working. Why isn't it working well? And we saw very, very strong commitment. So I expect that you will see this momentum also in terms of the actions that they will implement. For the first time, I think in about 4 years, we had all the commissioners of customs attend a meeting in Arusha. They had not done that in a very long time. They used to delegate, and delegation is not the same as being present and participating actively. So we are seeing a renewed momentum on the single customs territory. We've also launched an EAC bond, and I think it's an issue that was raised also, that bonds and guarantees are very expensive. We've launched an EAC bond. The piloting phase is now ongoing here in Uganda. The beauty about this bond is it's also interlinked with the cargo tracking system. So everything is together, and we are testing out a very minimal, I think it is 0.3% cost. We want to see how it will work. I encourage that those that are in that sector, please take keen interest in this EAC bond so that we can learn early on whether it's working or not. And if it's not working, what can we change? Because it will be very, very important. It allows us to have our own instrument instead of relying on the COMESA bond, and maybe it will be cheaper. That is the intent, that it will be cheaper. You had Secretary General mention standards. We're doing a lot of work on standards. The main issue is on mutual recognition. But in terms of standards and their adoption, I think the process is going well. We have about 1,920 products that have harmonized standards, but we need to enhance the capacity building and enhance information and awareness. One of those processes that we have started to do is the EAC Quality Awards with support from a partner, the International Trade Center, and those will be held actually here on the 5th of December. That's when we'll have our first event. So hopefully it will create awareness through this, and maybe some of you that want to demonstrate the quality of your products will be involved in the next one. It's going to be an annual activity, part of the awareness. The regional value chains I wanted to comment because I saw Juliet in this room, but I'm not sure if she's still here. We are working with the International Trade Center, and I really wish she could speak very, very briefly to the sectors that we are working on to try and support the stakeholders directly, private sector that are in these sectors. Coffee, packaging, Juliet, other sectors?
They are specific to each country.
The ones for Uganda.
Coffee, cocoa, avocado, coffee.
Okay, so you had coffee, cocoa, avocado, and packaging, working very collaboratively with businesses that are in these sectors around standards, around access to markets, information, and there's also, I think, some brands that are also being discussed. I wanted to touch also on the East African Customs Management Act, the EACMA. If there are any issues there, and this was also mentioned by Lino, if there are issues, please raise them. Present them through the Ministry of East African Community Affairs, and we will make sure that they make it to the agenda so that our technical groups can go and look at the issues and discuss and engage so that any changes that are necessary can be undertaken. This has been actually a very dynamic process. I think Customs Management Act is one of those pieces of legislation that are always updated based on need. So we invite you, please let us know what the issues are and we will address them. I suppose I've touched on a number of issues or most, but if there's anything I left out, I am here to answer to very specific issues. I have a team here of very able, they could even mention their names, and in fact I have a bond to crush with. Don't send me any other WhatsApp. You send directly to them. Anyway, they are very, very committed and very able. They respond. Please reach out to us. We are here to serve you. We are here to make sure that business and this community can move further forward and that our citizens can benefit. I thank you all very much.
Another round of applause for the ESG. We're really touching most of the issues. I'd like to invite,
Good afternoon. A few questions touched on the work of the Assembly. One is on how we address non-tariff barriers, because that's the elephant in the room. You know, legislation is one of our roles, but legislation is not an end in itself. If anything, we have lots of legislation. Actually, I always say that Arusha is running faster than our partner states. Because if it's in terms of legislation, we have private members' bills that have been placed. We even have bills that have been sponsored by Council of Ministers. Interestingly, even bills that have been sponsored by Council still take a lot of consultations.
even after they've been passed the way they wanted it to be passed. But when it comes to the stage of assent. So, in order to fast track, I think we need to close ranks between the private sector and government in all our partner states, so that we can have most of these rules, regulations, policies, legislation fast-tracked. A lot of things that are not being done is actually because we are over-consulting, we are over-analyzing, paralysis of analysis, basically. Too much of it. So the pipeline, when we say that there's light at the end of the tunnel is becoming too long. So we are not seeing the light anymore. So we need to do that as fast as we can. The pharmaceutical, Dave was talking about the pharmaceutical sector and how as EAC we need to make sure that the pharmaceutical sector is more integrated to expand the markets. Just this week, last week, one of our colleagues has moved the private members fee on the pharmaceutical sector. It's called the pharmaceutical bill, the EAC pharmaceuticals bill. And it's really looking at how do we, have the different regulatory frameworks begin to mirror each other. Because, we have a completely different landscape here in the EAC. Uganda has its own, Tanzania, Kenya, and so on and so forth. So when you talk about standardization, we are looking at them with different lenses. So we want to see how do we then facilitate the growth of the pharmaceutical sector by having harmonized policies around the pharmaceuticals industry, but also to have legislation that mirrors each other, so that we have a landscape that facilitates business, deepens our markets, and opens the whole EAC market as one single market. We need to promote this region as a single investment destination. The idea that you want to promote Uganda more or Kenya more does not work, because eventually you are basically in a race to the bottom. So we need to harmonize the standards and ensure that we are all, working in the same space. Now there is what Dr. Miriam talked about. How do we facilitate, how do we deepen the supply chains and increase efficiency in trade, in production, and make our businesses more profitable in the EAC? I think it comes with infrastructure. For the last maybe 6 years or so, we have received several petitions from private sector and all the other players about the cost of doing business, especially related to air transport. And they are saying, why don't we liberalize the air transport space? I think the Right Honourable Secretary General will talk about the liberalization of the air transport sector. But as a parliament, we have had these engagements with all the air transport players, particularly those that are in the oversight role, like ASOA, that works with civil aviation. They are technical and they are also political issues. The technical issues is that, remember, this is a very highly regulated sector. The air transport sector is very, very highly regulated. I know that the ambition is to say, let's have an East African Airways, so that we have this competition between Uganda Airlines, Tanzania Air, Rwanda Air. It's a competition of dwarfs in the small space as to who is taller. And yet we could all grow taller if we all, liberalize the sector. There are two things. One is technical, the other is political. The technical one is that for as long as we still are sovereign states, the aviation industry, which is globally regulated, recognizes sovereign airspaces and sovereign countries. So you can't say that we have now become East African Airways until we become a political federation and collapse these borders and become one sovereign East African community. We shall still operate as sovereign states. So in that respect, they will not recognize and East African airways. However, airspaces can be liberalized the same way we are liberalizing the Africa airspace to facilitate Africa Free Continental Trade Area. So even the EAC can fast track the liberalization of the airspace, and in doing so, you reduce on the cost of flying and make it all domestic flights. Now, when you're flying from Entebbe to Nairobi, they say you are in for an international flight. How is that so under the East African Common Market when you are saying that there is free movement of goods, people, and services? So I think it's a contradiction. We can facilitate the East African Common Market by liberalizing. Let's show the goodwill by liberalizing the airspaces so that we have domestic flights. So if I'm flying from Nairobi to Dar es Salaam or Dar es Salaam to Kigali, I'm on a domestic flight. And therefore the cost of the air ticket reduces. Now, in order to do that, you, the private sector players, who are very much affected, should really raise your voices. We have raised this matter even with our own president. Recently, we said, you know, we worked so hard to host the AFCON. Yeah, so soon we are going to host AFCON as EAC, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania. But AFCON funds are going to travel as international funds within the EAC. Do you know how that affects tourism, for example? Do you know how much we would earn from so many of our funds traveling from, you know, and you know how much that would deepen our regional integration? So there are some of these things that are low-hanging fruits that we can, you know, tap into very fast. And that can only gain traction when there is a very solid voice coming out from the private sector. So mine is to say we need to close ranks, you know, between and help the secretariat as much as possible. You may hear our voices all the time saying, oh, secretariat is not doing this. Secretariat cannot do anything if the institutions of our states are not activated. You know, and all these non-tariff barriers is because we are still in that state where we are acting as sovereign states. We haven't yet transitioned to say we are East Africa. Even when we can see that the specific sector can be deepened and can facilitate our integration. So we need to do it, and it comes with leadership. I'm going to say this because I am in the political space. I am sure that the Secretary General and the Deputy Secretary General cannot talk about this. But me, I am in this space where I can say it. But I can tell you that the character of our integration, like I said initially, reflects the character of the leadership. Before, there were so many non-tariff barriers that were recorded between Kenya and Tanzania. At the time when we had a different leadership in Tanzania. As soon as there was change in leadership, there was a tweak, you know, there was a recalibration of their foreign policy, which included a policy on regional integration. So now they began to be outward looking. Before that, there was too much internal, you know, protectionism. But at the moment, with that reconfiguration in their foreign policy and also on the EAC integration, they are fast-tracked. And some of the non-tariff barriers, in fact, a huge part of the non-tariff barriers was resolved in just one single meeting of the heads of state, of those two partner states. Because there was openness to it. So it just tells you that you need, you know, to move a few in the chessboard, you need to move a few of those and get things done. So as private sector players, mine is to say, let us continue. Put pressure on these people. Put pressure on the political class. Sometimes they are not listening to you. And if you speak to yourselves, well, you will go convinced that you have actually spoken. Speaking is part of therapy, but it doesn't respond. So we need to get all these other political players inside this room. They begin to feel the intensity of the conversations we are talking about here and how much it affects their pockets as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. This
decided to invite myself to finish. Thank you. I've decided to welcome myself so that the meeting can end. Otherwise, we'll be here until tomorrow. And you know, Honorable Dongo, you know, you said how if we speak to ourselves without the people listening. I'm waiting for Bella Health. Farmer-met. I was going to say big farmer, and then I remember that's not a good thing to say. So Mheshimiwa Odongo, speaking to oneself is akin to being in an echo chamber. So you're right, we need all of us, and we need politicians, especially like you, because you can say those things we cannot. So thank you. And thank you so much, DSG. We've done a great service to the issues. Bella was not in the room when you addressed her issues. But we must say, Bella, you're a great marketer. Because as soon as I leave here, I'll go look for Bella. And get a Bella something. Dr. Marian, thank you so much for your prayer. I think that is very unique and I will treasure it. Thank you so much. You know, Prudence also mentioned the unique recognition of women and careers. She rightly pointed out that it's a great sacrifice, and when I see the room full of women CEOs, I'm encouraged that indeed we are making progress. And we do so, as she mentioned, because we walk on the shoulders of the giants that opened up the space for us. So thank you, and I know we've had quite a number of them in the room. The East African Society, Law Society, you know, you served us a hot drink, so I want to serve one back to you and tell you that it's important to engage with the community. I was very surprised when I received a letter, and she knows this, I talked about it before, from the East African Law Society accusing the Secretariat of amending the treaty and so on and so forth. And we were very shocked, and because we said we haven't amended the treaty, but there is a move to do so. And if we are to do so, we definitely will engage. So I think sometimes, as it was said here, sometimes we fight our own baby. You know, we fight our own baby. Sometimes a phone call resolves a lot of things, you know, and just finding out additional information. So I think for me, what I'd like to say are very few remarks, because we've listened and we appreciate all of you for the great feedback. And I think we've really learned a lot, and we will push up a lot. One might want to ask what next after all this. I think my team here, for instance, we have the STIFI, Sectoral Council on Trade, Investment and Finance coming up. We'll feed this up, but also my very presence here means that I've heard and I will incorporate a lot of the sentiments into my way forward. That's my trick of how I look educated, you know, by just sitting and listening to the subject matter experts. The next time I'll go somewhere and then I'll quote something that I heard. It's a learning. You learn from the experts. You cannot be a jack of all trades. So for me, that's the value that I get in sitting in these meetings. I get to better understand the subject matter, and it only helps me better execute the issues. I would urge us on the following, that we need to break the silos. It's important. That's what I've heard from you, breaking the silos. When we talk in silos, when trade talks to itself, when the private sector talks to itself, when Secretariat just moves and does background papers without hearing from you, those are the silos that we need to break. Secondly, we need to lay down the infrastructure. I think we cannot advance when we do. It's a simple thing. Sometimes I reflect and I look back at some of the developments in my home country, and particularly I was reflecting on the Konza Technopolis, which is going to be the Silicon Savannah, and I was just reflecting on what has been done first. They've put down the sewerage, you know, the roads, the electricity connections, the infrastructure. I feel like when African countries or East African countries took over from the colonialists, we started with we didn't do the basics. We didn't build our roads, that's why we pay compensation to throw people off the road sectors. We didn't invest in our electricity, we didn't invest in our waterways, and now we have to do it because we've realized those are the basics. So I think for me, it's how we get the basics first. And unfortunately, the basics require heavy investments, and therefore they are draining our economies, but it's something we have to write, even if we are writing it for the next generation. We have to put in place the proper infrastructure. And I say that with, for instance, we've heard about liberalization of the airspace. Trust me, as a frequent traveler, it's the most frustrating thing that I have to go through international departures for 45-minute flights. International departures for 25-minute flights. It's a hop from Arusha to Nairobi. They don't even serve you water because it's up and down, The fact that for that you have to get your passport stamped, and the same, from here to Kigali is 45 minutes, from here to Nairobi 55 minutes. But also the fact that I had the pleasure of flying in your, I must commend, very beautiful airline. I flew on Air Uganda last week from Entebbe to Arusha. But the business sense for Air Uganda, it's a very beautiful flight. But what was the business sense? Because it has to go all the way, overfly Arusha, go to Zanzibar,
and then come back,
land, and then it drops passengers in Zanzibar, and then it picks passengers who can only come back to Entebbe, and not passengers who can drop off in Arusha. Those are the realities. And no villages, of course. But to their credit, I love the branding on the airline. It was very Ugandan, and I was admiring, the African fabric kind of mosaic on it. So it's a really good experience, but we can do better. And unfortunately, we are held hostage by our big players. It's all about IATA and the standards and all that. And I don't know what it will take. It will take a generation of the Kwame Nkrumahs, of the Nyereres, to set ourselves free, from some of the bondage that we find ourselves in. It will take bold decisions. I didn't hear this conversation talk about the East African payment system, but that's something I'm very passionate about. The fact that we are encouraging digital payment. For all of you here, when you want to send money to your countries, I bet from a different country, when you go to the bank, you probably ask for SWIFT. And did you know that SWIFT costs you at least $55 per transaction, whereas you can use the East African payment system that will only cost you $4 to transfer the money? When are we going to get currency convergence, where our mothers, because 60% of interborder trade is carried out by women, can have currency? Do we even know how they trade between Elegu and Nimue? What currency do they actually use? What is the exchange rate? Who is that middleman, the broker? So those are the conversations, because to me the pillars of integration are buttressed by trade. So if we make trade happen, and happen seamlessly, then we have a reason to move towards political federation and the monetary union, and building a community that can be reckoned with. Why are then things that are not happening? We've been told here, Odongo has called it the paralysis of analysis. Trust me, it's my pain. Every time I see a paper on feasibility studies, I'm like, what more do we need to learn? And if we want to learn, why can't we ChatGPT it? What is it? What new knowledge, is it? Where are we investing in a new study? It's there. It's there. We are in a digital age. Why do we need these endless consultations? Honestly, why can't we just move? And for me, the answer really lies. And then why is that private sector underhand? You talk to me, but one hand is behind here, because at the end of the day, you want to make a quick, small buck we lose the foresight. That if we integrate, if we unite, we make bigger bucks, isn't it? But if we hold our small spaces, you make your small profits, but you'll never advance, you know? So when are we really going to have products that are recognizable, like world brands, brand recognition, Sony, Samsung, everybody knows what that is. What is our biggest brand recognition? Ask yourself, you know? So for me, it's questions like, who does this community belong to? The day we will understand that the community belongs to the 300 million plus citizens, then we will move outside ourselves. We will move outside our governments. We will realize that those are the real taxpayers. Those are the people that we need to bring together, because they were divided, not by us, but by other hands. Because you have the Maasai in Kenya, Maasai in Tanzania, the Ateke community that is across the borders. We are one people. You know, when we sit in this room, I do not see a Ugandan. You know, I do not see a Kenyan, I don't see a Tanzanian. His name is Kikuyu, but he's Tanzanian, you know. So I think for me, those are the things. Who does the community belong to? And then for the stakeholders in the room, why are we not funding the community? That's the question that I want the private sector to ask. Ask about contributions, because we don't run on air. You know, if we said we want to come together, show me your money, and I'll tell you where your commitment is. Show me where your money goes, and I'll tell you what you like doing. Are you in the banking sector? Are you buying houses? Are you gambling? Are you adding wives? That therein lies your biggest interest. So, for me, the point of departure is this. When are we going to move beyond signatures to actions? Because we keep on signing things. We've signed everything that can be signed. So when are we going to move beyond signatures to action? To me, that is my point of departure. I thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, SG. I just invite EABC board member, and I feel I want to just give a couple of thanks, then close.
Her Excellency Veronica Nduva, Secretary General, East African Community, Excellencies and Ambassadors present, Honorable Members of Parliament of Uganda and the East African Legislative Assembly present, our Deputy Secretary General, East African Community, Ms. Flavia Businge, Director of Customs and Trade, our East African Business Council members, led by our Vice Chair, Mr. Simon Kaheru, our Private Sector Vice Chairperson, Mr. Adrian Zhao, the CEO, EABC Directors present and members, officials from ministries, departments and agencies, our ambassadors, goodwill ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's been a very engaging morning, and I would like to, first of all, on behalf of the East African Business Council Board and Secretariat, extend a big vote of thanks to Your Excellency, Secretary General, for taking this time to come and be with us, and along with your team from the Secretariat. Let's give them a big, big hand clap. The idea of this event was born at our last meeting with the Honorable Secretary General a few months ago in Nairobi, Kenya, and we were greatly challenged at that meeting by her passion. And she started off by stating that we would actually be about work. And I'm very, very encouraged to see you today, because today is testimony to that. We decided that we would have in-country engagements. So thank you for being a woman of your word. We also want to thank you for prioritizing the private sector. I think the few we are among the few stakeholders that you've really engaged intimately with since you came into office. So as we congratulate you, as we congratulate the East African community on turning 25, EABC is 26 years old, we want to say we're very excited when you mention things like a work plan, because for us that speaks to action. Thank you, Ms. Annette, for always applying, whenever you respond to our issues, I like that the action packed. I think my challenge is going to be how do we communicate these things to the members, because we don't have a lot of visibility on what Secretariat is doing, yet Secretariat is doing a lot of work. We want to thank our members, our Goodwill ambassadors, our ambassador in Arusha. When we came to Arusha, you welcomed us. Our Legislative Assembly members, Honorable Secretary General, yesterday we were honored to meet the Speaker of the EALA Assembly. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very fantastic team, right from the politicians to the Secretariat at the EAC. And I think if EAC has ever really stood a chance to become what it's supposed to become, we have that chance right now. Yesterday, that meeting was really looking at, yes, we have a lot of legislation, very little is being implemented, the silo working, but we also decided that beyond having conversations, let's produce an order, a sort of a request paper to EALA on the legislative reforms that we need. I like, Honorable Secretary General, that you called out the issue of putting our money where our mouth is. Right now, the East African Court of Justice has not met, I think, for over 7-8 months because of funding. And the fact that it's also made up of full-time judges in their countries, these are challenges that we're looking at. We're compiling a write-up, and we will give the same copy to the Secretariat so that we track these things. We want to thank, of course, she's in absentia, our Minister for East African Affairs, the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga. She's been a big champion of the integration. She's been physically involved in trying to fight the non-tariff barriers. But one of the things she spoke about, Ginger having a port and all these things, these are things that people have dreamt about since the first East African community. But today we saw that there's a chance of us being cyclic if we don't do things differently. Someone said that it is foolishness to do things the same way and expect different results. So we're looking forward to that work plan. As EABC, we're also trying to do things differently. And I want to thank the Secretariat and our board, because what is going to happen now is that with that work plan, we will form our own work plan on how we can inform you with data, how we can collect information from our members on these sectors. I was very happy to hear about what ITC is doing, and we're looking forward to hearing how other sectors from other countries, since this is EABC, are also benefiting. In line with the Council of Ministers Directive, Honorable Minister and EAC General, Secretary General, I want to echo our Vice Chairperson's looking forward to the invitation to participate and provide practical insights on boosting trade and investment during the Council of Ministers meeting. We're hoping that this time it will be a bit more practical. Maybe we'll go to them with things that we've agreed on with Secretariat and a work plan, so that we just go with a work plan and a budget that they can assent to, hopefully. I'd like to thank all the participants for taking your time. The things we're doing today, if we implement them, will mark history. Thank you so much for the representatives of the private sector that are here, PSFU, our focal point. Thank you very much. And I would like to also state that we need each other. We need to work together. And I hope that Secretariat will be able to document what we've got here and share it with every stakeholder. I also want to state that, I want to restate, Honorary Secretary General, I think this issue of lawyers writing letters to you needs to end. So the East African Law Society, as you've been told, is being hosted in Uganda this year. and I'm proud to say I'm the chair of the organizing committee. So we're inviting everybody here to come and get the lawyers to argue for the right things. So thank you very much. Karibuni sana. I hereby declare this engagement closed.
Hapa hapa. Mama. Sasa sumbua. Nataka. Okay. Itakuwa hapa hapa. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
I have met him before.
Thank you.